Hello, good evening. This is the World News on your Premium Talk Radio, Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt. I am Faustina Oputu. And the headlines. Ipman blames NNPC for persistent fuel scarcity. Patron pegs petrol price between 290 naira and 300 naira per litre. INEC concludes policy on diaspora voting. And on the foreign scene, Italian police arrests its most wanted mobster after 30 years. Details shortly. And now the details of the news. Rivers State Governor Nyesom Wike says the outcome of the 2023 general elections will be determined by the people. Governor Wike, who spoke at the campaign ground of the People's Democratic Party at Omagwa in Ikwere local government area of the state, said no security operative will be able to interfere during the coming elections. He called on the people of the party in the state to resist intimidation from anybody, saying nobody can tell the people of Rivers State what to do. On his choice of presidential candidate, Governor Wike again promised that at the appropriate time, the person will be revealed.
No army will come to do any yawa. No factory will come to do any yawa. No police will do anything here. Now is one man, one vote. One man, one vote. One man, the other one we are concluding. When we conclude, you will be told. Nobody should intimidate you. Nobody should tell you any story. We are freeborn of this country. We are not second-class citizens. Nobody can tell us anything. I dare them. Let anybody do any funny thing. We'll tell them they were for Rivers State.
Rivers State Commissioner of Police Okonia Fiang has charged youth leaders in the state to go back to their various communities and ensure that youths in their areas shun cultism and other forms of social vices. CPF Fiang made the call during an interactive session with youth groups under the platform of Rivers Youth Leaders Coalition in the state, also charged them to ensure that the 2023 general elections are peaceful in the state. The CP appealed to the youths to work closely with the police, especially before, during and after the general elections, as he advised them to resist being used as thugs by desperate politicians.
Too many of our youths have gotten involved in cultism. Yet, gentlemen and ladies, cultism does not pay. There is a possibility that you may be used and be easily donned. To that extent, therefore, refuse to be political mercenary. If your life is not meaningful to you, definitely your life is meaningful to our parents. Definitely your life is meaningful to our family. Definitely your life is meaningful to our community. Because you may well be the next traditional ruler in your community. Every youth is a potential king. After all, you are chairman. You can be the next royal majesty in your community. And at that time, everybody will bow when it comes to you. So why destroy your future now?
CP Okonia Fiang, while warning that the 2023 general elections must be violence-free, also cautioned politicians to allow opposition parties to campaign freely.
I want us to resolve in this city that we are approaching the next election on the basis of fairness, on the basis of security for everyone. I've insisted severally in several fora that everybody in this state must be allowed an opposition to campaign. We've not gotten there yet, but certainly we must get there. If you say you're popular, go to the field. Many things were destroyed. But several years down the line, those who were perhaps part of this crisis apologize to themselves. Now, beyond the apology, what happened to those who were maimed?
The chairman of the Rivers State Youth Leaders Coalition, Legbosi Yamabana, who spoke on behalf of the youth group, said it is the vision of the youth to see Rivers State to be peaceful before, during and after the general elections.
As youth leaders across the states, we have decided to support and collaborate with the police under your watch to ensure that a peaceful, progressive and crime-free Rivers State is possible. This is another election year. We were all witnesses to what happened during the 2019 general elections in these states. Our dear River State was almost turned into a theater of war, and we do not want a repeat of the ugly experience we had in 2019 in these states.
Today FM's Uchendu Ajoa reports that youth groups under the platform of Rivers State Youth Leaders Coalition were present in the meeting, which held at the Police Officers' Mess, Forces Avenue, GRA, Port Harcourt. The Independent Petroleum Marketers Association of Nigeria has blamed the persistent fuel scarcity and increase in its price on the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Ipman alleged that the NNPC is prioritizing the supply of fuel to private tank farm owners rather than independent petroleum marketers. The vice chairman of Ipman in Rivers State, Tochukwu Dominic, in an interview with Today FM's Uchendu Ejowo, noted that Ipman is supposed to get direct supply of petroleum products from NNPC at government-regulated price of 148 naira per litre and not from private tank farms. Dominic explained that buying product from private tank farms leave them at the mercy of private depot owners, making customers to suffer. He further explained that the price of petrol will not reduce if members of Ipman continue to buy from private depots.
We, the independent marketers, are supposed to be getting this product directly from NNPC at government-regulated price of about 148 naira something, which will enable us sell to the public at government-regulated prices. But in a situation where independent marketers cannot source this product directly from NNPC, and they have gone to bank to borrow money in order to run their service stations, they are left with no option than to source for this product from anywhere as to remain active in their business, to be able to meet up with responsibilities which includes payment of salaries, servicing of loan, and maintenance of machines and equipment.
This is the World News on Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt. After the break, more news, sports and foreign stories. Please stay tuned.
Every day, every hour, when the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today, 95.1 FM.
Apologies for the long break. It's 9 minutes gone past 6. Welcome back to the World News on your Premium Talk Radio, Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt. The Petroleum Products Greek Outlet Owners Association of Nigeria has resolved to sell petrol to customers between 290 naira and 300 naira per litre due to the difference in depot supplies. The decision of Petron follows what it alleged to be the sale of petroleum products to petroleum marketers above the government-approved price by private depot owners. Petron therefore urged the federal government to increase its supply of petroleum products to its members to address the persistent scarcity of fuel in Rivers State and the nation. State Chairman of Petron, Francis Dingwa, while speaking during an extraordinary emergency meeting held at its secretariat in Port Harcourt, stressed the need for the regulatory authorities to prevail on the fuel depots to sell products at government-approved price. He further spoke against selling fuel to those he described as middlemen rather than supplying directly to its members.
We are soliciting the regulatory authorities to leave the market woman alone and go straight to the importers or smugglers or whosoever. In other words, we are saying the retailers are not the problem here. Go down to the depot and ensure that these depots sell directly to us at the price you have said they should sell to us. If this is done, we assure you that we are also going to make sure that the price of retail is out. Whosoever that sells the petrol to the middlemen should be made to stop selling to the middlemen, sell directly to Petron members. In presence of everybody here, therefore, to make them reason with us. We're appealing for them to please, for now, allow us a lower limit of 280 naira and upper limit of 300 naira.
The State Chairman of Petron, while commending the Department of State Services for promptly intervening in most Petron matters, also called on the security agency to arrest touts whose activities endanger their smooth operations.
We are collectively appreciating and thanking the Director of State Services for their timely intervention in averting what have become another industrial action in this state by oil marketers, oil retailers, and oil operators. Because we have noticed that 1 time, 2 times, not even more than once in Rivers State, some infiltrators will always come in and they will borrow the services of misinforming one agency or the other, and it will lead to chaos in Rivers State, and one institution or the other will go on strike and will go back to Old Kent Road. It happened some time ago. Some other infiltrators who went to call army and they went to the depot, it led to strike.
The Community Development Committee Chairman of Rumodamaya Community in Obiakwa Local Government Area of Rivers State, Aris Eberendu, has denied allegations by some youths in the community that he sold land belonging to the community. Eberendu, who put a disclaimer to the allegation, noted that his office as the CDC chairman of the community is only administrative and therefore he has no authority to sell community land to anyone. The Rumodamaya CDC, in an interview with Today FM's Ifunaya Obemendukwe, explained that some people had approached the community to buy a land, but they were turned down by the traditional leaders of the community. Eberendu also stated that the Royal Highness of Rumodamaya community had already explained to the youths who are agitated over the purported sale of the said land, but we have clarified that the leaders have no plans of selling the land.
I am not aware that they sold the land. It is not even my duty to sell a land. That is a custodian right instead of the chief and elders. What I am is the administrative body of the community. So I am surprised that some group of persons went on air accusing me, and I am not happy with it. Okay, I did, from my information yesterday, they went to meet Royalness. Royalness have even explained to them that he don't have any intention of selling land. That the chief and elders and the don't have intention of selling land there. That the people that came, that they are factory people, that they would like to lease a land or buy a land in the community. That will also enable us to employ our people. Everybody wants good things. And when they went there, the place is not okay. So the chief and elders said no, that they will sell the place. All of a sudden, to say that is a sabotage. Somebody went to put pillar in the night. The next morning, and when they said that, hey, that he saw pillar and removed pillar and old pillar.
The Rumodamaya CDC chairman further called on his accusers to refute the allegations against him or face legal charges.
They should go back to the same radio station that they broadcast that news and refute it. If not, I'm giving them 72 hours to do that, or else they will hear from my lawyer because you don't like me, just because you don't like the Royal Highness, just to paint me on the Royal Highness flag. And since I've been on power, I've never seen where the Royal Highness take a decision on his own. Before he take a decision, he calls the cabinet of his chief and elders. They will sit down and agree on issues.
Today FM reports that some youths in Rumodamaya community had in the news in some media houses accused the CDC of Rumodamaya, Aris Eberendu, of selling the community land to some people. The National Coordinator of Frontiers for Peace and Unity, Ambassador Ikalama Owas, has commended the people of Eche local government area for their support for the All Progressives Congress in the state. Ambassador Owas spoke during APC campaign in Eche, where she urged APC members in the area to embark on word-to-word campaign to bring more people into APC ahead of February 25 and March 11 elections. The National Coordinator of FPU also used the opportunity to commend the governorship candidate of APC, Patrick Tonyako, and members of his family for the empowerment to different groups and individuals from Rivers West Senatorial District. She called on the people to come out en masse on election days and vote massively for all the APC candidates for better and prosperous Rivers State. OAS also disclosed that the campaign train of APC will move to Ikwere local government area on the 18th of January 2023.
APC, they are really ready for this election. Crowd I saw there was something else. I couldn't believe that we still have members like this. They really showed hope. So my message is they should keep it up. They should keep their good works because What I saw there is something else. I can't be able to mention it, but meaning they are ready for this election. They should keep it up and they should go out and still mobilize, still go out for their door-to-door campaign, because it's our PVC that we can be able to stand for the election. Whatever they need to do, they should go out and still do it. And also, I would like to congratulate and appreciate His Excellency Architect Toyinko and his family for the empowerment being given to the disabled, widows, churches, less privileged.
Speaking in an interview with Today FM's Uchendu Ejowa, the State Secretary of FPU, thanked God Okana, while boasting that Eche is 100% APC, expressed optimism that APC will take over Rivers State Government House come May 2023.
Let me first congratulate the Eche people for being very proactive and for their massive support for APC. The outcome of today's rally is very encouraging, and I want to believe that Eche is 100% APC. My message to Rivers people is to open their eyes and see the difference among the candidates that are contesting the election this year. And profiling them all, the best is Architect Pastor Tony Patrick Coe for governorship of Rivers State. We shall be at Shokbo Ikwere local government rally to continually support APC as a party and all their candidates.
The presidential candidate of the People's Democratic Party, Atiku Abubakar, has accused the All Progressives Congress-led government in Ekiti State of stepping down vehicular movement in the state capital because of his campaign that held in the state today. Atiku alleged that the Ekiti State government created artificial fuel scarcity to frustrate his campaign in the state. He, however, thanked the PDP faithful in the state for coming out in their numbers to the venue of the campaign ground, despite the transportation challenge.
Before we came here, some people said we were not going to see anybody in Ekiti. We now realize what they meant was to cripple public transportation in Ado Ekiti today. Not only in Ado Ekiti, but the whole of Ekiti State. Again, they didn't stop there. They caused an artificial scarcity of petroleum products, so that even if you have your motorcycle, you have your own car, you cannot move, simply so that they don't allow you to come here. But you brave all their challenges. When I came into this arena, I almost shed tears of joy.
The chairman of the Independent National Electoral Commission, Professor Mahmoud Yakubu, says the electoral body has concluded a policy on diaspora voting. Addressing the current issues around the legalizing diaspora voting, the INEC chairman expressed hope that the legal obstacles preventing foreign-based Nigerians from voting will be cleared eventually. Yakubu disclosed this while delivering a lecture at Chatham House in London today on the topic Nigeria's 2023 elections, preparations and priorities for electoral integrity and inclusion. The INEC boss explained that the Commission worked with Nigerians in diaspora organizations within the United Kingdom and the United States. He said the Commission only acts in accordance with the electoral legal framework, which remains the main reason why it cannot implement diaspora voting at present as much as its leadership would like to. And on the foreign scene, the UK government says a new law to ban all forms of conversion therapy in England and Wales will include practices aimed at transgender people. The ban would outlaw attempts to change someone's sexuality or gender identity. Mental health groups have warned all types of conversion therapy are unethical and potentially harmful. The government had previously said transgender conversion therapy would not be included in the ban. Cultural Secretary Michelle Donlan said in a written statement that the bill would be published shortly and would protect everyone, including those targeted on the basis of their sexuality or being transgender. Donlan says it is a complex area and legislation must not harm the growing number of children and young adults experiencing gender-related distress through inadvertently criminalizing or chilling legitimate conversations parents or clinicians may have with their children. The ban will undergo pre-legislative scrutiny by a joint committee. Elsewhere, Italy's most wanted mobster, Matteo Denaro has been arrested by the police after 30 years. Denaro was heading to a cafe outside a private Sicilian clinic when a policeman approached him and asked him his name. Until that moment, the armed forces could not be sure the man really was the mafia boss of all bosses, who they had been hunting for 3 decades. He checked in for an appointment at the clinic under the name of Andrea Bonafide. But after years of painstaking research and only a computerized image to go on, Italy's Carabinieri military police were confident enough he was the man they were looking for. During his time at the top of the Cosa Nostra organized crime syndicate, De Niro oversaw racketeering, illegal waste dumping, money laundering and drug trafficking. He was convicted in absentia in 2002 of a string of murders. He was reportedly the protege of Toto Riina, head of the Corleone clan. He was arrested in 1993 after 23 years on the run. And in sports, second seed Ons Jabeur overcame a second set wobble to beat Tamara Zinacek and reached the second round of the Australian Open. Tunisia's Jabeur cut a frustrated figure in the 7-6, 10-8, 4-6, 6-1 victory over the Slovenian. Jabeur is bidding for her first Grand Slam title after being runner-up at Wimbledon and the US Open last year. There were also wins for Caroline Garcia, Arina Sabalenka and Karolina Pliskova on the second day of play. Jabeur has never gone beyond the quarterfinals in Melbourne, but is among the favorites for the title after her strong Grand Slam showing last year. To end the news, here's a summary of the major stories. Ipman has blamed NNPC for the persisting fuel scarcity in the country. Petron has pegged the price of petrol between 290 naira and 300 naira per litre. INEC concludes policy on diaspora voting. And on the foreign scene, Italian police has arrested its most wanted mobster after 30 years. And that was the news. Is edited by Ifunaya Obemendukwe. For comments and inquiries, please call 0818-389-2850 or send your emails to news@todayfmlive.com. You can also read our stories on www.todayfmlive.com. I am Faustina Oputu. Good evening. Thanks for listening.
Today's news, today's entertainment, today's sports, today's issues. Today on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
With the entire family of His Royal Highness, late Eze Richmond Kamalu Odomene of Rumokane in Ozuapa Town, Obiapo Local Government Area, River State, and the family of Ijerikwe of Umoma in Ihite, Uboma Local Government Area, Imo State, regret to announce the death of our beloved husband, father, grandfather, brother, uncle, late Elder Michael Walimene Igirigi Odomene, who passed on 20th of September 2022 after a brief illness, aged 75. Burial arrangements Thursday, 19th January 2023, 6 p.m. Vigil Mass at St. Clement Catholic Parish, Ozoba. Friday, 20th January 2022, 7 a.m. Body leaves UPTH mortuary to his office by Obirikwe. 7:45 a.m. Body proceeds to his Rumokani residence, Ozoba. 9:45 a.m. Body moves to St. Clement Catholic Parish, Ozoba for funeral service. 12 noon. Interment at his Rumokani compound, Ozoba. Left to mourn him are Mrs. Mercy Obunwo Odomene, wife, 9 children, 4 brothers, 21 grandchildren, sons-in-law and daughters-in-law, and a host of other relations too numerous to mention. Signed, Prince Promise Uchechuku Odomene, for the family.
Oh Lord, you know.
Well, good evening and welcome to another edition of Soccer Nation, the best 15 minutes of football you will get anywhere on radio. And I'm Harry Ogugo here to give you the latest and trending stories. Show on the road. Vamos! And we start from the NPFL, where Nigerian Football Federation President Alhaji Ibrahim Musa Guzo believes that Nigerian referees should be commended for their fantastic performance on match day 1 of the 2022-2023 season of the NPFL. Now, in what is an almost unusual happening, there were 4 away wins, 2 home victories, and 4 draws recorded in the opening weekend of the league season. Our newly promoted Bendel Insurance kicked it off with a stunning 2-0 triumph over Aqua United at the Nest of Champions Stadium in Uyo. Niger Tornadoes did shock the home side, Wiki Tourist, by the same scoreline. Our former league winners, Eimba, secured a fine 2-1 win at Nasarawa United, and Abia Warriors completed the away wins when they shocked Enugu Rangers by 2-0. Now, only reigning champions Rivers United and Remo Stars were able to make home advantage count with victories over Lobby Stars and El Kanemi Warriors, respectively. Now, as much as clubs take a chunk of the credit for putting together fantastic performances in the NPFL, NFF boss Guzo wants the match officials to be applauded for their credibility, unbiased, and fairness in all the games. I'm happy with the results in which so many teams won on away grounds, as well as the reports we received from most of the centers concerning the performance of the referees, Guzo said. I want to commend the NFF Referees Committee for putting their right foot forward from the beginning and also charge the referees themselves to sustain credible output going forward. We are determined to ensure that so many things about the league change for the better, and we will not relent in our efforts. And from there, we head over to Netherlands to talk about Super Eagles international Calvin Bassey, as Willem van Hanegem says the Super Eagles defender has been an easy scapegoat at Ajax Amsterdam, with the Feyenoord legend proposing a reason why the youngster has been far from his best yet in the Netherlands. Now, Calvin Bassey made waves in Scotland and the Europa League last season with a string of excellent performances as centre-back, full-back and wing-back before earning a record move to Amsterdam in the summer. But his displays for Ajax have constantly been criticised, with the Nigerian international often hounded for his limited passing range and defensive nous at centre-back. Incredibly, Ajax have not won any of their last 5 league games, and the champions were held to a 0-0 draw at home by 20 at the weekend. Now, Ajax finished that game with 10 men as Devin Rensch received the red card for a silly tackle on 20 striker Ricky van Woeswinkel, and the youngster has been preferred at centre-back ahead of Bassey, who played at left-back. Now, still the critics, including former Real Madrid man Wesley Sneijder, have picked easy shots at Bassey, and former Sparta Rotterdam and Utrecht coach Willem van Hanegem is convinced that Bassey has been unfairly treated and wrongly deployed in Amsterdam and is an easy target for the blame. This boy can really defend, but they constantly put him in situations for which he is less suitable as a player, Willem said. Ajax was always the club that could destroy teams by playing football from behind. That is not possible with Jorge Sanchez, Bassey and Devin Rensch. Fiorentina does have those capacities, but they have not improved for some time at halftime and afterwards again about Bassey. Because if someone in the Johan Cruyff Arena knocks over a cup of tea, then he has done it. I think Bassey would never have made that mistake. Rensch was one-on-one against Ricky van Woeswinkel, and not a really fast striker, and he was so surprised. Unbelievable as far as I'm concerned. Now, Bassey has made 23, who is 23, has made 14 Eredivisie appearances, scoring 1 goal and providing 2 assists. And from there, we head over to Italy to talk about Victor Osimhen, as Manchester United are preparing to test Napoli's resolve for the Super Eagles striker next summer. Now, Osimhen has been brilliant for Napoli this season, as he has bagged 12 goals in 14 games for the Partenopens in the Serie A this season. Now, the former Lille man currently sits atop of the Serie A scorers chart, even though he missed a month of action due to an injury. Now, Osimhen's performances have not gone unnoticed, as he's one of the most revered strikers in Europe. Last summer, Arsenal and Newcastle were heavily linked to him, but they were unwilling to match Napoli's €100 million plus valuation. However, ahead of next summer, Manchester United are believed to be plotting a mega transfer for the 24-year-old hitman, according to reports. Now, the Red Devils have just Anthony Martial as their striker, which prompted coach Eric Ten Hag to sign Wout Weghorst this month on a 6-month loan deal. But he's not expected to play any further role at the club after this season. And now it's time to talk about One Cap Super Eagles striker Josh Maja, as English Premier League side Fulham want to sign the Bordeaux striker this January. Now, Maja has been one of Nigeria's best strikers in Europe this season, as the former Sunderland man has been a shining light for Bordeaux this season with 11 goals and 3 assists in 19 Ligue 2 matches. Now, his performances have not gone unnoticed, as reports have it that Fulham are interested in adding him to their roster, as they have initiated talks with Bordeaux. Now, Fulham have been great in the Premier League this season. Despite just gaining promotion, Coach Marco Silva's lads have punched above their weight, as they are currently 6th in the Premier League. Now, Alexander Mitrovic has been a reliable poacher for the Cottagers with 11 goals after 16 games. Still, they want to add Maja to the attack to see if they can give it some extra bite with his pace and trickery on the ball, as he could also be an option from the wings. The 24-year-old attacker is currently valued at €4 million, and he did have a 6-month stint at Fulham 2 seasons ago where they got relegated, as he scored 3 goals in 15 appearances. And now it's time to talk about Fenerbahce fullback Bright Osayi Samuel as Premier League side Crystal Palace on the verge of completing a January move for the Fenerbahce right back. Now, according to reports, Palace are prepared to pay €11.3 million for the Nigerian defender, who has been impressive for the Yellow Canaries this season. Now, Osayi Samuel has 2 years left on his current deal and has made 15 league appearances this season for Fenerbahce, who are placed second in the Turkish Super League, 4 points adrift from leaders Galatasaray. Now, should the deal go through, it will be a dream move for Osayi Samuel, who had dreamt of a switch to Selhurst Park 3 years ago while he played for Queen's Park Rangers. Now, born in Okija to Nigerian parents 24 years ago, Osayi Samuel immigrated to England when he was barely 10. Now, the fullback has since developed into one of the most accomplished defenders in the Turkish league. He did make his full debut for the Super Eagles in the 4-0 defeat to Portugal in a recent friendly. And now it's time to talk about Arsenal youth product and goalkeeper Ato Okonkwo, as he has sent a heartfelt message to Crew Alexandria fans after he left the club for Austrian Bundesliga club Sturm Graz. Now, Okonkwo joined Crew in January on in July on a 6-month loan deal from Arsenal. The 21-year-old goalkeeper impressed at the club, making 23 appearances and keeping 9 clean sheets in League 2. However, his time at Crew Alexandria has ended, and he has sealed another loan move to Bundesliga club Sturm Graz, where he will be at till the end of the season. The Arsenal product shared a video of some of his best saves and wrote on his Instagram handle, "Wow, what an amazing time I had at Crew Alexandria. I just want to say a big thank you to all the staff, managers, fans, players, all of you, and for all you did for me in terms of my development over the last 6 months. I'll forever be grateful to the part that the club played in my career. You made me feel like one of your own. Good luck for the rest of the season." Now, Sturm Graz are one of the top teams in Austria at the moment, and they sit second behind leaders RB Salzburg. Now, Jörg Sembelhand has been the first choice goalkeeper at the club for the past 5 seasons and has made 15 appearances for the club in the Bundesliga this season. Now, Okonkwo would look to challenge the Austrian shortstopper to become the first choice goalkeeper at the club. And now it's time to talk about Liverpool, as Jurgen Klopp insists that he's not too loyal to his underperforming senior players and says that Liverpool will only look to bolster their squad in January if deals are available and doable. Now, Klopp has a number of problems to solve after admitting Saturday's 3-0 loss to Brighton was the worst performance of his managerial career. Now, his side have already lost 6 times in the Premier League after being beaten only 4 times in 63 games in all competitions last season and are 10 points adrift of the top 4. Now, speaking on the eve of Liverpool's FA Cup third round replay with Wolves, Klopp said the issues at Liverpool are complex and cannot be resolved by simply spending in the transfer window, despite admitting the need to strengthen, as Liverpool have already spent up to £45 million on the signing of Cody Gakpo this January. Now, under particular scrutiny has been Liverpool's aging midfield, with captain Jordan Henderson himself admitting Saturday's defeat at Brighton lacked energy. Now, Henderson, who is 32, and Fabinho, 29, who have won every club trophy during their time at Anfield, and 31-year-old Thiago, a later arrival but still a double cup winner last season, remained the Reds' first choice midfield. I heard I'm too loyal, but I'm not too loyal. The problem is too complex. If you can then go out and bring another player to replace him, then it makes sense, Klopp said. But if you cannot bring anyone in, you cannot take anyone out. I'm not too loyal. At Dortmund, it was clear when I left. I said something has to change here. It's a different situation. Either the manager's position changes or a lot of other things change. So as far as I'm concerned, unless someone tells me, I will not go. I will be here for as long as I'm wanted. If no one tells me to go, I will not go. So that means maybe there's a point where we have to change other stuff. We will see that, but that is something for the future, like summer or whatever, not now. I have space and time to think about it. We have to play better football now. And from there, we head over to London to talk about Arsenal as they have made initial contacts with Bayer Leverkusen over French winger Moussa Diaby after missing out on Mikhailo Mudryk. Now, Leverkusen do not want to sell the 23-year-old mid-season, having quoted 100 million euros to interested clubs in the summer. Now, Diaby's contract in Germany runs until the summer of 2025, and he has been at Leverkusen since 2019, when he signed from boyhood side Paris Saint-Germain. Now, the winger has 8 caps for France national side, but missed out on their World Cup squad last year. Arsenal are also keeping an eye on Rafinha's situation at Barcelona, though it's likely he will stay put in this transfer window. Now, the Gunners had been close to securing a club record for Ukrainian winger Mudryk earlier in January transfer window, but the late charge from Chelsea ended with the forward moving to Stamford Bridge instead. And from there, we head over to Brighton as Leandro Trossard will only be allowed to leave Brighton in this transfer window if Chairman Tony Bloom's valuation is met, with Tottenham among the clubs monitoring his situation. Now, the midfielder's agent released a statement last Friday in which he made a clear transfer away from the South Coast this month would be the best solution for the player. Now, Trossard has spent the week training alone and has been absent from the last 2 match day squads. However, Brighton boss Roberto De Zerbi said the door is open to a reconciliation with the player if he's willing to commit and work hard for the team. Now, Trossard left the UK for his native Belgium after he realized he will not be playing at the weekend, and it's not known yet whether he has returned to the country. And lastly, on the menu, Nottingham Forest has signed Brazilian midfielder Danilo from Palmeiras for a fee of about £16 million. Now, the 21-year-old joins the City Ground side, who are 13th in the Premier League, on a 6.5-year deal. Now, Danilo won 2 Copa Libertadores and the 2022 Brazilian Serie A title with Palmeiras. I will show a lot of determination and a strong desire to win, and will always look to do my best on the pitch to achieve positive results, Danilo said. I'm excited about getting started and meeting my new teammates. I'm really happy to be fulfilling my dream of playing in the Premier League and playing for Nottingham Forest. I learned a bit about the history of the club and saw they had won 2 European Cups. Now, Danilo came through the ranks at Palmeiras and made 141 appearances for the club. Now, his Forest second signing of January transfer window following Palmeiras teammate Gustavo Scarpa moving to the City Ground on a free transfer. Okay, guys, that's the size of the package for today. It's been fun and exciting hanging out with you. Join us same station, same time tomorrow for more exciting football stories. My name is Henry Ogugu, and this was Soccer Nation. Adios, mi amigos.
Okay, it's live on Today 95.1 FM. Where else can be better? Tuning on to Today 95.1 FM, and we will make your day.
Port Harcourt, are you ready? Today 95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
Tell me what you want. I can be your friend. I can be your muse. Call my name and I'll be there. Do you know me? Do you know me? I am Dave Roberts, your favorite guy on radio. Catch me when you can.
Have you ever felt this?
Okay, ready? We're rolling?
All right, we're rolling.
Live from the Garden City of Port Harcourt, Nigeria, this is Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt. Voice of the people. 95.1 FM, voice of the people.
And we're back. Ladies and gentlemen, it's gone. Yo, X. No traces.
This is Today 95.1 FM.
They don't carry me the way I don't know. They don't carry me the way I don't know. They don't carry me the way I don't know.
I feel this vibration right in my head. Mind on me. Never believe when they say they got you. Walk around me. Cause I go high, I go party till the night. Come on with my net. We in the club, but my people done this. You can feel the energy. Boy, I'm so beautiful. You don't go. Boy, I'm so beautiful.
It's gone.
Boy, I'm so beautiful. You don't go. Boy, I'm so beautiful. They be free. I don't talk. They get spot. I get good. They want test strong. Me, I know for. They don't set trust. I know fall. But in my every city. Move from one leg over, you want to the 60. I want to sell I want a celebrity. One of D&D, my nigga, the PC. Cause I go high, I go party till the night. Come on with my net. We in the club, but my people done this. You can feel the energy. Boy, I'm so beautiful. You are now. You don't prove you are now. You are so beautiful.
What is gone? You can't find it.
Boy, I'm so beautiful. You don't prove. Boy, I'm so beautiful.
Locally right here at Today 95.1 FM, Fitch's Hot Kid, OT Law is gone. Great song on a day anytime, playing right here on your premium talk news and sports station. Today 95.1 FM, OT Law is gone. Alright, what's gone? Alright, I'd like to know what's gone. Is it the past miseries and the problems in your life, or someone you never wanted to go but the person's gone, right? Some exes and stuff like that. Anyways, if it's gone for good, let it go. All right, welcome to the show. It's the entertainment recap right here on Today 95.1 FM. It's a beautiful Tuesday evening. God, the weather is just perfect. Yeah. I tell you, the weather is just pretty perfect, and I'm having a great time talking with you, and I'm going to be here until the top of the hour. We're going to be having a good time together on the show. It's a Tuesday, money making Tuesday. Dave, come on, thinking about money too much. Are you thinking of money too much? But I might be giving out something, not money though, but I would give it out a rechat voucher to someone today on the show, because it's Brain Teaser Tuesday. All you have to do is call me up, play games, and win on the show. Congratulations to the person who won yesterday on the tech shows. I'll be giving out gifts every other day when I come on the show. So that's what's going to be happening from now up until the end of this year. All right, every time you tune in and listen to Dave, something is leaving me to you. All right, something that is going to make you happy. So when I open up the phone lines, you do to call in and play the games. Before that, happy birthday shout out to you. Celebrating your birthday today. Congratulations. All right, we're super excited for you every other day that you're celebrating something. Today, 95.1 FM is giving you the whole hip hop parade thing. All right, we're just celebrating with you, and we're happy. We're happy. When you're winning, we're winning. When you're not winning, we are with you. You know, through the times, the hard times, we're just there through thick and thin, helping you grow and become a better person through the, you know, the kind of conversations we're bringing to you on radio. So congratulations if you're winning. You got engaged today. I saw on the video, Eula Doce, he actually brought that thing on the movie. And I think, you know, people have said he's controversial about the whole thing about women proposing to men, but it was quite funny. I mean, you didn't see him tell the woman, kneel and propose to me. And I'm like, okay, where is this coming from? And where is this going to? I mean, how do you tell a woman to propose to you? But it's crazy. Eula Doce has that kind of impression. He's a man like that, right? But in case you got proposed to today, congratulations. In case you got married, yes, people get married on Tuesdays. And I just discovered like 3 years ago. I never knew. I never knew it was like a big thing to get married during the week until COVID came, and you know, people were just getting married Mondays, Tuesdays, 4 people in the wedding, and everything is done, right? So you got married today, you got engaged, congratulations. Okay, so let's step this up a notch. Every Tuesday, I open up the phone lines and we get to play games on the show. We got like different games for you. And all you have to do is call up and play the games. If you win the prize. Pretty simple like that. All right. So grab your phones ASAP. 0817-0000-951 or 0810-951-0951. Call me up and play the games. Who is winning with me on the show? 0817-0000-951 or 0810-951-0951. No text messages, all right? Just pretty simple, just straight up games, all right? On phone, conversation with you, all right? So we've got the yes-no game where you don't say yes or no in a conversation, all right? Everything you do, avoid saying yes and no. And we also have the country game, right, where I tell you to name a person from a particular country. And yes, we have the spelling bee game, and yeah, we have other ones, the tongue twister game. I think I should start with the one first, but let's get to the phone lines. 95.1 FM.
I've got it.
Hello, who's here? Good evening.
Hello, good day. Good evening, Dave.
Good evening. What's your name?
My name is Emeka. I'm calling from Port Harcourt.
Emeka. Good evening, now.
Everything is cool, bro.
Is this your first time calling on the show?
No.
Okay. So what's happening? How was your day?
Day is wonderful.
Okay. So what game do you want to go with?
Yes or no game.
You want to play the yes-no game? Yes-no game it is. So you know the rules. You don't say yes. You don't say no. You don't say nah. You don't say yeah. All those things that you say when you're talking with a woman. You know, you don't do all those, you know. You know what you do.
Understand.
All right, let's start. We start now. Emeka, so what's happening? Have you gotten your PVC?
I've gotten mine already.
When?
2 years ago.
2 years ago. Okay. Like you go way back. You're like an OG in the PVC game.
Exactly.
So, you're going to be voting definitely next month?
I'll be voting.
Where would you be voting? River State or somewhere else?
River State.
River State.
Exactly.
Okay. All right. So I know I don't want to ask this question because everyone knows who their favorite candidate is, but I hope you're not scared of going out to vote.
I can't be scared.
Okay. All right. So besides that, tell me, what do you do? What do you do for a living?
I'm a sales personnel.
Sales personnel.
Yes.
Hey. Got you, bro. I got you, bro. Like, you should know when it comes to this game. Yeah, my ears is really sharp. Okay, hit me up at the number 0817-0000-951 or 9510951. Emeka, sorry. Next time. I know this is how you feel right now, but don't worry. Keep playing. 95.1 FM, good evening.
Yeah, good evening, my brother.
Good evening to you. What's your name and where are you calling from?
Yeah, my name is D-Man. I'm calling from Port Harcourt.
D-Man. Okay, D-Man, you're the man. All right, so what game do you want to play?
No, yes, or no.
I like the way you put it, no, yes, or no. All right. So you know the rules, yeah? You don't say yes, no, nah, yeah, stuff like that.
I know the rules.
All right, D-Man. Welcome, let's start. Is this your first time?
This is my first time.
Your very first time?
It is my very first time.
All right, congratulations. So how do you feel playing the game today?
My day went well.
Okay, I was asking, how do you feel playing the game today?
I feel happy.
You feel happy, right?
I feel happy.
Okay. So I was asking the other person, have you gotten your PVC?
I've gotten mine.
When did you get yours?
Last year.
Last year?
Yes.
Aha! Simple, don't say yes or no. You people don't want to hear. You ought to be saying yes or no. I know the ways to put it to you so you fall. So be careful when you call another show. 0817-0000-951. 0810-951-0951. Who's on the phone line? Good evening to you.
Good evening.
Hey. What's good? What's happening? What's your name?
My name is Debbie. I'm calling from PH.
Debbie. How are you doing, Debbie?
I'm fine.
All right.
Let's
all right. Ladies and gentlemen.
I love the program. I just got to this.
Wow, that's just what you wanted to tell me.
Nah, I just got to think. I love the program. I really love the program.
Oh my, like you're making me. This is how I'm feeling right now, like.
Oh.
Yes. Thank you so much, Debbie. Thank you. All right, so yes, my head is swelling small, but yeah. Boss, don't worry. 0817-0000-951 or 0810-951-0951. Who's on the phone line? Good evening to you.
Please, let's give another try.
Oh, another try. Okay, you feel like you can do it this time.
I can do it.
All right, so who am I speaking with?
D-Man.
Let's do it. Believe in yourself. I can make it in this life. Okay. So are we doing the yes, no game?
No, yes, no, no.
Okay, no, yes, no, no. You remixed the name of the game for me. All right, D-Man. So where do you stay?
I stay in Port Harcourt.
You stay here in Port Harcourt?
I stay in Port Harcourt.
What side of PH City?
I stay along just leave it. I stay in Port Harcourt.
Are you scared? What if I want to bring the gift over to your place? I would need an address.
I will give you the address, but not on air.
Okay. So how do you see PH in like this period? Are you going through the whole stress of fuel and every other thing?
We all are going through it.
Right? How has it been for you lately? Has it been stressful?
We've been trying.
All right. What was the price you got fuel the last time?
I think 350.
350?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Now the thing is, when you're having a conversation with Dave, right? You have to be really super careful, because every time you sleep out the yes or no, my ears are just wide open to listen and not give you the prize, right? That's how good I am. 95.1 FM. Good evening to you. What's your name?
Hello, good evening.
Good evening. What's your name?
Divine Grace is my name.
Divine Grace. Is this your first time coming on the show?
Yeah, it is.
Oh, congratulations. Divine Grace, how are you? How was your day?
My day was amazing.
Okay. You sound like someone.
Very stressful.
Yesterday was stressful.
Yeah.
Should I send you? In fact, do you know what? I want to ease your stress, right?
Okay.
Send me your account number. Let me delete it.
I'm sending my account number to this number.
I want to delete it. Send me your account number. Let me delete it. I didn't ask you to send me. Let me keep it too.
Why are you like that? No, don't want that. Really
oh my God! Don't worry. One of these days, I will freak your account for you. Okay. All right.
Thank you.
All right. So Divine, let's play. Okay. So what game do you want to play?
The yes, no.
The yes, no.
Yes.
The yes, no. The yes, no. Let's see how good you are. So the rule of the game is you don't say yes, you don't say no, you don't say nah, yeah, all those things. Okay.
Can I say Owe?
Can you say what?
Owe?
What is Owe? Are you from Ikwere?
No.
So why are you saying Owe now? Are we doing something Owe? We're not doing all those words. So. All right, you don't say. You just say. You avoid saying yes and no. Biko, okay? You don't say Owe or Owe. All right. Let's do this. So yes, you're started, right? Divine Grace, that's your name, right?
Yeah.
Ignore you when I say that. Are you serious right now? Like I said, don't say yes, no, yeah, nah. And you just said it out there. Like, you don't even wait for me, sir. Anyways, let's keep on going. If I see someone that will get this prize, I will. If I don't, we move. 95.1fm. Good evening.
Hello, good evening, Dave. Emeka back here.
Emeka, you have come back again. You want to win the prize on the show tonight. All right, let's go.
Very serious.
Emeka. Still the same yes, no game, Abby?
Straight up.
Eh?
Straight up.
Okay, straight up. So we are continuing from where we stopped, right?
Exactly.
Okay. What was the last question I asked you?
The last question you asked me, I can't remember.
Oh, you can't remember, right?
Exactly.
Okay. So tell me, what kind of cars do you like? Love cars?
I love cars.
Oh, what type? What type do you like?
I love big cars like Tundra.
Emeka. Are you an importer?
I'm not an importer.
But you like all these big.
But I love big cars.
You like big cars, so that they will call you Odogu.
On point.
That's the kind of life you want to be living in this year. All right, so
exactly.
I just saw one. I'm watching the TV right now, so I saw one big car. I'm like, okay, probably Emeka is into cars. So what do you do? What kind of business do you do?
I'm a sales personnel, just like I said before.
Okay, you're a sales personnel.
Exactly.
All right. Okay. So tell me, how has it been for you? The whole fuel issues. Have you been stuck in traffic because of transportation, or how has it been for you?
To be honest with you, it has been so hectic.
It has been hectic, right?
Straight up, as in the fuel price. Even to buy fuel for the rest of it is becoming a
Trey, God is with you. How? What was the last price you bought?
350.
350.
Exactly.
I've seen some people. I think I saw a particular filling station selling at 179 today.
No, but not today.
You said no. You said no.
I said, but not today.
Emeka.
I said, but not today. No, I said, but not today. I never used any of those. I said, but not today. I'm being very careful now.
Yeah, you know what?
Exactly.
You know what? Let me just give it to you. Congratulations. Congratulations, okay, for trying and staying to the end. Congratulations.
Thank you, sir.
All right, so you've won the recharge voucher for the show tonight. What you have to do for me, what are the last 4 digits of your phone number?
043.
043. 6043.
43.
Okay, so send your number. Okay, send your number as a text message. All right.
Okay.
To this number, I'll call right now for you. 0701.
Okay.
933.
933.
9962.
9962.
Yeah, 0701 933 9962. Okay.
All right.
So send it as a message to me right about now.
Okay.
All right. Congratulations, Emeka Wane.
Thank you.
Enjoy the rest of your evening, okay?
All right. Thank you.
And I know most of y'all listening to me right now, you're like, okay, why am I giving it to Emeka? Because he's good. Like, he stuck to the end, and he remained really, really hopeful, and eventually he won, all right? Have yourself a wonderful evening. Stay tuned at the top of the hour. Area Talk with Faustina and Dave is going to be right up. You tell me everything happening in your area. And yes, give us the eyewitness report right here at Today95.1fm. You can follow us on socials on Instagram, Facebook, Twitter. It's TodayFM951. And for my personal handle, it's David Melford Robert. Do join me there and let's be friends. Have yourself a wonderful evening. Timaya, the glitch session.
I see the sweetest, eat they pin them. I see they pin them, omo they sweetest.
I see the sweetest, eat they pin them.
You're about to listen to Get ready! It's the world of broadcasting as Today 95.1 FM brings you entertainment, information, education as they unfold every day.
Today 95.1 FM.
Do you know that I'm a petroleum engineer? Do you think I used to climb some tree alone in the village?
So you say you've not benefited anything from Nigeria?
What was your favorite Nigerian movie growing up? 1, 2, 3.
Yeah.
It took time.
Conspiracy. Today 95.1 FM. Don't touch that dial. Make sure you are tuned to your numero uno.
Tell me, where is your money now?
Why,
I am a proud Nigerian. I have been placed here by God for a time such as this.
The degradation, challenges, and problems faced by Nigeria are the perfect backdrop for me to develop and utilize my God-given potential.
I will not complain. I will not criticize. Rather, I will use my skills, gifts, relationships,
and experience to find long-lasting and revolutionary solutions to the many challenges confronting Nigeria.
Nigeria will rise again.
Because I am here, I will leave this nation
a better place than I met it. I will work to make Nigeria a praise on the earth.
I will work to make Nigeria a praise on the earth. So help me God.
Let me tell you how I got this far.
This message is brought to you by Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People.
95.1 FM, Voice of the People.
And we're back.
6 minutes gone past 7 p.m. This lovely Tuesday evening. You're listening to Today 95.1 FM. Voice of the People. Today is 17th of January. 2023. Yes, already. 17th day. Yes,
wow.
Already. So
why am I saying like I never knew?
Well, you know, when I said this month is running fast, you didn't agree with me, so
it shocked us this time.
17.
No, previously, other years would have the month of January
have like 30 days.
Too long. You know, definitely have 30 days. But you said
this year it's like 72.
No. It shocked us this time now. Now we're already 17th already.
From 72
to normal 30.
Normal 30.
Yeah. And
So we believe, people like Faustina, we believe that, you know, the month of January for this year is 31 days. And yes, it is 31 days.
And it's going with the pace, like every other month.
For me, well, I don't know what anybody else will think. Maybe, well, I've had people say, well, it's still long. The month of January is still long.
That is if you're not really engaged. Because I have been, so every other day I'm going out and coming in, and it's almost like the day is not even enough.
Oh, that's what makes it faster for you.
Yeah, I think it is.
Okay, all right, that's fine. Anyway, welcome to Area Talk on Today 95.1 FM, your eyewitness report show. It means that you can be our eyewitness reporter on the street. Yes, whatever it is you're listening to the sound of our voices from, you can call in, text in, and let us know what is going on in your area. You can use our social media platforms as well. Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. You can go there, leave us a comment on all our posts, okay? And you can go to YouTube, Today FM Live, and see Dave. Dave is waving.
I'm waving.
See him, he's waving at you. So you can go there and do the needful on all our social media platforms. If you want to like, no, not if, you should like.
you should follow.
You should subscribe. Do the needful. On comment, yes.
Share.
Oh.
What else again?
Refer, yes.
We gave refer bonus also.
Well, we'll do something about that.
We
definitely do something about that. Well, just in case you're tuning in for the very first time, 4-9 buzzing already. I don't know what you want to talk about, but then, okay, just take a chill pill, all right? You know how we do it, but just in case you're tuning in and listening to Area Talk for the very first time, it is the Eyewitness Report show. You can call in and let us know what is going on in your area. If there's a scenario happening around you and you think it's of public importance, pick up your phones and let us know about the scenario. Make sure it's something you saw, okay? Eyewitness. We don't want something, you know, someone told your neighbor and your neighbor told you. No,
and he dropped on the conversation.
Yeah, we don't want that. How are you able to give us the details when we start asking the questions? You wouldn't be able to give the details because you are not there, okay? So we want you to give us a first-hand report of whatever is going on in your area. And if you lack any basic amenity in your community, in your clan, in your kingdom, in your local government, feel free to also let us know. The government is listening. I'm not going to say the governor is listening. He might not be listening at the moment, but the government is listening because someone from this government is going to listen and refer whatever it is you've said to the governor. So the government is listening. So you don't want to miss the opportunity of calling and saying, well, we don't have this in our community. I'm from this place and that place, and we don't have this in our community. And so I would want the governor to come fix it for us. You don't want to miss the opportunity. So you get to do that.
Yeah.
And before then, we take a look at some stories from our bulletin, local stories, and we talk about them briefly. And we've got probably they are side stories because we get to talk about a big story for the night.
Some of the side stories. When we have side chicks.
Okay, side stories. Side stories because we just talk about them in passing and focus on one for tonight.
All right.
Yeah. So side stories and main story. How do you like that? You know, you
side
like
chick, main chick, and
no,
means the same thing. I mean, for people who should.
Dave, we're talking about stories. Stories. Okay.
All right.
S and C.
Okay.
But
there's
friends.
an S and C in side chick also.
No, we're talking about the initial.
All right, no problem. Let's go.
Okay. S and C, they're not friends. They're far away. They're far away. Okay, so we're going to begin from this one. And hey, let me just give you a clue of what our main story for tonight is going to look like. We're going to be taking a look at the Garden City itself, Port Harcourt.
The big brand,
Garden City. Garden City. Have you wondered why it's named Garden City? I mean, you just hear Garden City and then you flow with it. Oh, Port Harcourt is a Garden City, and then you just flow with the tide. Have you ever wondered why it was named the Garden City? Have you? Now, just in case you don't know, you're about to find out tonight. And we're going to take you on a journey. We'll take you down memory lane, and then we'll bring you back to the present. So we're going to be doing a whole lot of retrospection. It's going to be nostalgic for some people.
Sounds good.
We'll bring back old memories. You know, gone are those days. You know those words. Gone are those days when things used to happen. So yeah, we'll take you on that journey. We'll talk about Garden City, the name, the status, Garden City. Why was Port Harcourt named, Garden City? What were the ingredients? Then made them just feel like, okay, this place, we're going to just give it Garden City. Yeah.
Was it like in a situation where there was an Eden, and then they were like, okay, you know what? This is going to be the garden.
Okay, for that conversation, we're going to have someone who experienced that era. I mean, someone not from this,
not from the Gen Z. No.
Yes. No, they probably just know what's going on. What's
the flyovers?
BBN. You probably know BBN and flyovers, and so we want to take them back, down memory lane. So we're going to have someone who experienced that era, and he's a veteran journalist, broadcaster. So we'll have him on the show. Victor Brobo will be on the show. So it's going to be an amazing one. You're going to learn, definitely, and of course, trust us, we'll do the needful. All right, so let's begin with the story from Rivers State right here. The governor is on the news, as always. So the Rivers State Governor, Nyesom Wike, says the outcome of the 2023 general elections will be determined by the people. Note, by the people. Yes. Governor Wike, who spoke at the campaign ground of the People's Democratic Party at Omagwa in Ikwere local government area of the state, said no security operative will be able to interfere during the coming election. He called on the people of the party in the state to resist intimidation from anybody, saying nobody can tell the people of River State what to do. Nobody can tell them what to do. Nobody. Okay. I know I'm emphasizing on those words, nobody. On his choice of presidential candidate, Governor Wike again promised that at the appropriate time, the person will be revealed. Take a listen to the governor. We'll be right back.
No army will come to any no Saturday will come to any no police will do anything here. Now it's one man, one vote. One man, one vote. One man, the other one we are concluding. When we conclude, you will be told. Nobody should intimidate you. Nobody should tell you any story. We are freeborn of this country. We are not second-class citizens. Nobody can tell us anything. I dare them. Let anybody do any funny thing. We'll tell them they were for River State.
So you see the impression I tell you, when you hear Port Harcourt, Rivers, what comes to your mind? If you do anyhow, you say anyhow. Yeah.
I'll really get to that part when we get to our main conversation, because there's a link between, when someone says I'm from Port Harcourt now and when someone said
I'm from Port Harcourt
then. Yes. Yeah. Okay, so this one, the governor is saying, well, you know what? The outcome of the 2023 election, of the general election, is going to be determined by the people.
Only
the people. And, nobody will be able to interfere during the election. Now, nobody, including security agencies, nobody including the INEC, nobody including
government agencies
and all of those. Now, that sounds so beautiful. If no one was going to interfere in the election and it's peaceful, as opposed to what we saw in the last election, he mentioned names, where that was a security agent he mentioned in the voice note and in the insert there. But if nobody is going, all of these actors that we've mentioned, if no one is going to interfere in the election, it then means we'll definitely have a free, fair, and credible election. But then again, is this statement really, does it hold water that nobody is going to interfere, nobody would determine aside the people? Would it mean that no politician would say, well, this is my preferred candidate, and so, Dave, you should cast your vote for that's my preferred candidate. If you do that, it means that, well, you've told the people what to do. If you do that, it means you've interfered.
Yes.
So, going by the words of the governor, Dave, do you think that, the outcome of this election is just going to be determined by the people and that nobody will interfere?
Well, I think the governor is coming from the angle that in time past, the antecedents of electioneering periods in Nigeria, not just in River State, we've been seeing the reports of pockets of violence here and there, where people get cajoled or threatened to make certain choices, in terms of who they should vote for. And what I think the governor might be trying to relay to us is no one is going to drive that narrative anymore. No one is going to influence your choice either by cajoling or by force. No one is going to subjugate you to making certain choices and preferences. This time, if they try it, we'll show them. But I mean, I want to be very realistic. Most of the times we've heard reports about even security agencies or agents interfering. To tell you if you don't vote for this person, is either you're getting arrested or you're getting threatened by certain people. We've seen government officials, we've seen politicians, we've seen all sorts of crazy things happen. I saw the other day a video of a particular person. I don't want to mention the name, but they know themselves and they know their party.
All right.
It got critical and the guy came out with juju. He came out with automopo.
Juju.
He came out with the big pot and he said, vote this person now. Told the person there, thumbprint, this is what is going to be. The story is everywhere. I mean, most people have heard that particular story somewhere in one of the states in the South. So how do we deal with such realities that we can't escape? The electioneering process is changing. It wouldn't automatically just move from what it was, to
what we want it to be.
To what we wanted to be. The beginning of democracy came. We saw people influencing the votes. We saw vote buying. We saw election rigging. We saw ballot box snatching and everything. How do we place modalities, so those things don't repeat itself? It's not by just saying nobody will do that. Are we making out structures to keep people safe in the polling units? Are we making out structures? Are we keeping structures in place to prevent things like that from happening? I mean, you don't want to go there and you're waiting on the line to thumbprint and then you hear a gunshot and you stay. I mean, it's your life before the president's life or the Nigerian country you want to vote for. So what are the modalities we are putting in place? You can't tell me I get there and then violence erupts and I'm still there. So now that nobody has actually done what he has in mind to do. So what are if the governor is saying we have strategically pinpointed those blind spots or those areas that are more vulnerable to violence, and we have deployed
hotbeds.
Yeah, you said hotbeds, yes, and we have deployed 300 security agents or 1,000 security agents to mount guard on those areas. That would spark the element of confidence in the minds of the people that, I am secure, I'm safe, I can go there, and I wouldn't be threatened. I wouldn't go there and then we see a group of boys with machetes and guns and grenades and whatever they come with, threatening people to leave there. These are the sad truths. We see the harsh reality. You get there, and then the ballot boxes have been stolen. So what are we going to do? What is the government going to do to prevent things like that from happening? So I think his statement has a trace of validity that these things wouldn't happen again.
Yeah, but then again, we have people, I listen to the radio and I listen to people calling to say we're waiting for the governor to declare his choice of president.
I said January. Did I say January 4th? Did I? People should calm down. Calm down.
No, there are people who are waiting for him to mention the name so they can vote that person. Now, that is not letting the people determine.
Yeah.
They're doing that because, well, as a leader, they're, following your footsteps.
Yeah.
They're saying, well, anybody you go with, we're going to go with that person, regardless.
Must that be the narrative?
That shouldn't be the narrative. But we have people like that. They don't care if this candidate that their boss, in quotes, is going with is incapable of governance or not.
Okay.
Just because their leader is going with this person, they don't care.
They just trust the judgment of
their leader, and so they're going with that person.
At this point in time in democracy, I think ideas like that should be obsolete. No one is saying by credence, I think this person is going to deliver the dividends of democracy. We have not seen him handle that position before. We don't know how strong he is. I mean, people should start differentiating or understanding the difference between politics and leadership. These are two different ideologies. Although they intertwine, they have ways they relate with each other.
You've got to have leadership qualities to be.
But politics in this climb itself, it's such. There is a level of ineptitude as to what we term who is going to be the leader or who is going to be the governor or president, because it's almost like, oh, this one has influence. He has money to buy people over, and then we support that one. Or this is the one the godfathers have chosen.
Right.
I mean, these factors are so basic in choosing who should lead. So if the godfathers say, oh, we have chosen this person,
we've anointed this
person,
candidate,
how does that relate to him being a qualified leader to lead the state or the country or the local government? So we should get off this bandwagon of going with who the godfathers have anointed. Some people were not happy when some godfathers came out and said, look, this is our choice candidate. And but I think gradually when we move, the electioneering system in Nigeria is gradually evolving. Now people want to come out and vote, people want to get their PVCs. When we move to that level of the godfathers not deciding, it would become a reality to us. But for now, we should stop preaching. Be liberal. Go there. Choose who you want to choose. No one is going to kill you.
Nobody. Absolutely nobody. All right, let's move on. Still talking about election preparations. River State Police Commissioner Okon Effiong has charged youth leaders in the state to go back to their various communities and ensure that youths in their areas shun cultism and other forms of social vices. CP Effiong, who made the call during an interactive session with youth groups under the platform of Rivers State Youth Leaders Coalition in the state, also charged them to ensure that the 2023 general elections are peaceful in the state. Now, the CP appealed to the youths to work closely with the police, especially before, during, and after the general elections, as he advised them to resist being used as thugs by desperate politicians. Take a listen.
Too many of our youth have gotten involved in cultism. Yet, gentlemen and ladies, cultism does not pay. There is a possibility that you may be used and be easily dulled. To that extent, therefore, refuse to be political mercenary. If your life is not meaningful to you, definitely your life is meaningful to your parents. Definitely your life is meaningful to your family. Definitely your life is meaningful to your community. Because you may well be the next traditional ruler in your community. Every youth is a potential king. After all, you are chairman. You can be the next royal majesty in your community. And at that time, everybody will bow when it comes to you. So why destroy your future now?
CPF Youngwal warning that the 2023 general elections must be violence-free. Also cautioned politicians to allow opposition parties to campaign freely. Take a listen to him once again.
I want us to resolve in this meeting that we are approaching the next election on the basis of fairness, on the basis of security for everyone. I've insisted severally in several fora that everybody in this state must be allowed an opposition to campaign. We've not gotten there yet, but certainly we must get there. If you say you're popular, go to the field. Many things were destroyed. But several years down the line, those who were perhaps part of this crisis apologize to themselves. Now, beyond the apology, what happened to those who were named?
The chairman of the River State Youth Leaders Coalition, Legbosi Yamabana, who spoke on behalf of the youth groups, said it is the vision of the youths to see River State to be peaceful before, during, and after the general elections. Take a listen to Legbosi.
As youth leaders across the state, we have decided to support and collaborate with the police under your watch to ensure that a peaceful, progressive, and crime-free River State is possible. This is another election year. We were all witnesses to what happened during the 2019 general elections in this state. Our dear River State was almost turned into a theater of war, and we do not want a repeat of the ugly experience we had in 2019 in this state.
Today FM's Uchendu Ejowo reports that youth groups under the platform of River State Youth Leaders Coalition were present in the meeting, which held at the Police Officers' Mess, Forces Avenue, GRA, Port Harcourt. Well, preparations are good, yes. Warnings are fine. Interactive sessions, to warn youths to desist from all forms of social vices, fine. It's okay. And it's okay for different youth groups to just gather to make sure that we're on the same page, in preaching a violence-free 2023 general elections. But another thing would be, some of these youth bodies and groups, that attend these interactive sessions and all of those, well, they are just a part of the youth group. Yes. Just a population of the youth.
And mostly they are the sane ones, the ones who wouldn't even get into vices.
Oh, well, maybe some of them, not all of them. But then again, they are advocating, or they are fighting, or they are working towards a peaceful election in River State and Nigeria at large. But you have some who would, they really do not care what happens, at the polls 2023. They are just waiting for, which politician is going to come pay us the highest money so we can run errands, so we can do all the dirty jobs for this particular politicians. It's fine that the CP of police is saying, you are the youths. I mean, you are the population that is known for thuggery during the elections. I mean, no old woman, no old man would want to, snatch ballot boxes and carry guns, and go on shooting spree. The youth group is the one who is prone to that, electoral violence. They use them. The different politicians use them. And then, like you said, you may be used and dumped. And that's the truth. They could use you. We want you to go here and cause some form of mayhem. We'll pay you 1 billion naira. And after the deed is done, they abandon you. I mean, even they're afraid of thieves and thugs, because same way they paid you, someone else can pay them a bigger amount of money
to come
carry
have
out
a counter effect.
Exactly.
Now, the issue is, like I said, have we gotten to that point where these people have a mind of their own? Like, you don't know how big or how the saying goes, you don't know how strong you are until you are given your temptation to fight.
Okay.
You know, you don't know how strong, self-determined, or principled you are until you're in the face of your own temptation. So if my temptation is money, and then someone tells you, look, I'm giving you 100 million naira. Look at that Ghana must go there. Pick it up. And you're seeing the money cash. And he says, just do the job for me. All you have to do, don't kill anyone. It doesn't start with go and kill. You know, sometimes it's, scare these people around. Go there, snatch the ballot box and run. 100 million. And who says, he was saying something. I don't want to sound like I'm countering what he said. That cultism, I stand, to be corrected. I don't want anybody to misinterpret me. Right. He said cultism doesn't pay. But hey, most of those people who are in politics right now, who are in certain coffers of government, were ex-agitators, were cult members of one cult group or something like that. And then we eulogized them at the end of the day. We celebrated them. Okay, you're terrorizing this community. You know what? We're going to pay you off. And then give you one appointment. And from there, they grew. We know those names. They grew into where they are right. Yes, where they are right now. So if we start by saying cultism doesn't, some people will tell you, look, I got my job from that. I am employed by that. It's a fraternity.
It got me a political appointment.
It got me a political appointment. It's given me a stable life. We saw the other one I saw one on Twitter, and it was an interview. BBC had to interview this particular person. Yes. And he was just saying, I used to know the kind of life I lived before. Somewhere in Delta State, I used to know the kind of life I lived before until I met this governor, and he changed my life. And now he is part of the political party strategy, campaign team, whatever. So we know these things. Are you telling me that man wouldn't mobilize his foot soldiers to do the dirty jobs? Because, come on, Faustina.
I mean, everyone has their jobs caught out for them.
This can't be all rosy. We can't be expecting... This is not like the angels of heaven are going to come down and say, okay, if you don't vote, we'll judge you. Everyone is going to get his hands dirty. Let's be realistic. The saint you are praying for, the political party you're praying for, and say, oh, we want to change. They'll do the dirty jobs. It might not be killing. It might be forging numbers. We heard the other day someone was saying one person is taking 100 PVCs, which don't belong to him.
We heard it.
You understand? So if we're just going to sit back and say, oh, don't be cajoled by these politicians with money, or don't be bought over, it might not work. I don't know how we're going to do this. Are we going to have a process where the government pays them to vote?
Pay them to vote?
Yes.
Oh, well.
So now they know that they are not, this is the government paying. They are not, I'm just saying, I'm just thinking out loud. This is the government paying and not a politician paying. So I'm making money, but yet I'm going to go with the choice I want to. Do you understand what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, I'm thinking about the idea.
It doesn't make sense to me, but I'm just saying, is there a possible option? Because money is involved right now.
Okay, so you're saying the government should pay people
I'm
to
not
vote.
saying the government should. I'm thinking, is there an option?
Okay.
Because these guys are giving them money.
All right. So if they could counter that by paying them money,
yes, will that work?
To vote in the elections.
I'm giving you, Faustina, I'm giving you 50 million. Your candidates will change.
Do you know some of these politicians? They've got money.
Hard raw cash.
They've got money. So how much is the government going to pay you? I mean, if the government is going to pay, we're talking about all Nigerian youths. It's going to cut across. All right? So how much is the government, how much would they be able to pay all Nigerian youths to vote? Or let's say 20,000 naira for everybody. if they can do that. But you know how much money? Do you know how much money
another politician is willing to give? You see?
I mean, they'll tell you, "Whoa, government is paying you just 20,000. That's chicken change."
I will triple it for you.
I'm going to pay in dollars.
You know, $20,000.
And they're like, okay, how much is government money? 20,000. Please, government, take your money.
You will leave. You live. So I don't know the countermeasure.
I really do not know. But then again, I think that people should pay for the consequences of their actions.
How do we get these people? Faustina, look, there are people who are projecting a certain person. And then to them, you've said this before, to them, that person is the ultimate agenda in their life. If this person gets, I was with a person today, we're having a conversation, he was like, if this candidate gets into that seat,
my life is made.
My life is made.
I've arrived.
Do you understand? His life is, and he was very factual about it. Gave me the stats, gave me what he has done, and, you know, the expectation. So how about that person is being introduced to some vice and says, look, I know you've come this far with me. Just do this and we have this done. We're winning together. They sell the impression that we're winning this together. We're fighting for the same cause. So you're making that person understand that I wouldn't take 100 million from you, because someone even said on Twitter, he said he was offered 9 figures to sell his account to drive propaganda for a political party. And he declined. And I'm like, how many people
would decline
just because he had the verification badge? So how many people would decline those kind of offers? You know, so it's going to be tricky. It's going to really be tricky. I feel people might be genuine to some extent by choosing who they want to vote for. But the modalities to protect them in that process is what I'm afraid of.
Okay, so town hall meetings, interactive sessions, to one about youths shunning vices. Well, they're all cool, but I think that more options, we need to explore more options to make these set of youths, you know, deviate or move away from that line of thought of thinking, well, we've got to have it by the hard way, you know, by thuggery, we've got to get what we want and all of those. But everything that we can do, I mean, this is the point, we need to just go back to the roots and see how we can do things differently. If we stop making people who are into some sort of vices, if we stop glorifying them, I mean, we wouldn't get to this level. We wouldn't get to this level. All right, moving on, let's get to our big story for tonight. We're just going to lay foundation, go on a short break, and we will be back with our guest on the show. Is going to be joining us via the telephone. And so, yes, Garden City of Port Harcourt. Okay, so in trying to come up with this, I was just, going through Port Harcourt, the history of Port Harcourt and all of those. And I've often wondered, really, why Port Harcourt is named the Garden City. And the first time I wondered, I asked the question, why not somewhere like Calabar?
Okay.
Yes. Why Port Harcourt? Why not Calabar? But then it is what it is, And I went through, some articles, and I saw that before Sir Frederick Lugard, named the Port Harcourt, renamed Port Harcourt. It used to be Rebisi, and I think it was northern and southern part, the people of the Queries, and of course the other people, the Ijaws on the other side, somewhere dwelling in farmland areas, and the others on the creek areas and all of those, and there used to be it used to be named Rebisi, and so they merged it together and said Port Harcourt. Lord Lugard called it Port Harcourt, named after
the son.
No, not the son. The secretary of the commission at that time. What's his name now? Lewis Harcourt.
So there's a report. I think it was the son of the something related to son. I'm going through the article, but just share. Yeah.
Okay. Now that naming came, and there was no resistance then. I don't know if it happened now. If it had happened now, there would have been some form of resistance, but no form of resistance because it was the colonial masters. They were the ones calling the shot, and so if they say we're going to name this area after this man, Lewis Harcourt, well, it is what it is. That's the name it is at the moment. And it was because of the port that they brought to this area. And okay, they needed to do the trade, and there has to be a port here, close to Enugu, so they do the business and all of those. And then it became the oil city. Oil was discovered in Oloibri, and they did all of those business there. The port came, and so it became Port Harcourt then. It was named. And that was, I think it was 1913, it became Port Harcourt. And it used to have places that were well planned.
Which is what I was asking yesterday.
Yes, it used to have places that are well planned. And then if you talk about well planned areas, you're going to be looking at Port Harcourt Old Township. You're going to be looking at D-Line, you're going to be looking at the GRA. But then again, those are some of the reasons. And there was, before I go on the break, there was, during the centenary celebration, I think that was in 2013, there was a speech that was made by the then governor of the state, Rotimi Amechi. And yes, it was delivered on the occasion of Port Harcourt centenary celebrations. It was on the 7th of November 2013 that was delivered. And he was basically eulogizing and, talking about the glory of the state. Where's the article now? I need to just read a little bit of it. He was talking about how they used to be in Port Harcourt. Where is it now? Okay, let me see. Just a moment. Okay. All right. Part of it says the city of Port Harcourt means different things to each one of us. We had different experiences. But one thing that is clear is that our city is very dear to us. Yes, it's very dear to us. And according to him, and I quote, this was an article on the Vanguard newspaper. He said, I grew up in Port Harcourt as a young boy, had my primary, secondary, and tertiary education in Port Harcourt, and I can speak firsthand about this city. I was not from a rich home. I also pick food from Oluwabasanjo Road. Man must work, as we call it then. Okay, so this is taking you back. Way back. Man must work. Now, I hawked at different times for my parents in this city. After God, I owe my growth to Port Harcourt. Now, this is me quoting the former governor of the state. Now, he said, I am quite nostalgic about what the city of Port Harcourt used to be. It was popularly called the Garden City because, now these are some of the things that made them call the Port Harcourt the Garden City, because of the order that characterized our houses, built in beautiful, well-planned layouts, and the greens and open spaces all over the city.
Wow.
Okay, when I read that point, I'm like, okay, I closed my eyes and I was trying to see, yes, if I could see the greens anywhere. Again. Well-planned houses. Oh, well, in some places, we still have them. How about the serene environment? Well, in some places, we still have them. But they used to talk about the whole old Port Harcourt township, that it was really peaceful, as opposed to what we have now, where you could sleep outside your house, leave your door open, and then nothing would happen. No form of robbery then, you could basically trust your neighbor. You leave your door open and then you go get something outside. You come back, you still meet everything in your house intact. Yeah. And so he was basically talking about all of those. And I also remember, I wasn't born in the 70s, but then again, from my point, I remember certain things about Port Harcourt then. I used to remember, I grew up at the Woji Axis.
Okay.
So I remember that my dad used to work with Michelin. And it was one of the companies then that was, recently I had someone say, oh, well, we found a way to just chase companies like Michelin and other companies. Yes, out of the state and everything. Yeah, that was one of the companies that, it was a name. It was really a name. Transamadi Axis, they used to have estates where staff would leave and all of those. We used to have end of year parties. We'll go there and, have fun. And I remember Tourist Beach. There was Akonaki. There was a festival.
Yes.
So you have different people, young people going there to have fun. So that place was a thing.
That was the boat regattas.
Absolutely. I can't remember the last time there were events that they had boat regattas. Maybe they have them in their different villages, but then it was a thing. It was big.
Yes. I'm not quite sure. I don't think I'm putting the memory together again. But on the Tourist Beach, there used to be this. I don't know. I'm trying to remember whether it was like a big. I don't know. I'm not. Let me not mince words here, but we would see different parades, masquerade parade. I'm trying to get that memory back, so I'm sure what I'm saying. And also, we used to have, like you said, the zoos functioning optimally. Until we started hearing that elephants now eat banana. And then the person feeding the elephant is struggling to eat the banana also. Would have well-functioning industries that young kids would go on excursion trips on. We had a sense of ownership for music and sound. The likes of Cardinal Jim Rex Lawson. Those guys were global brands right here in Port Harcourt. He performed for the Queen in London, before the likes of the other names in Lagos. We had big things going on for us.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And then I remember the radio business, it was booming at that point. Radio Rivers, I remember some names.
Yeah. Radio Rivers too.
FM Stereo, that was a thing. And then I don't know what happened really, but we're going to talk about all of this, ask questions why really, from the point of view of Victor Borobo, who we're going to call in just a moment, why it was named the Garden City, and how we lost that status. Because at the moment, some people have said we've turned from Garden City to Garbage City. How did we get there? And after that, I will turn the mic to you and ask you some of the things. What are the things that you experienced in time past? And then you didn't get to see them again, but you would want them to be brought back into existence. Okay, so as you're seated right there.
Go back in time and just bring something back.
Yeah, go back in time and bring something back. All right, you're listening to Area Talk on Today 95.1 FM, 7:49 on the clock. We'll go on a short break. When we come back, we're going to be speaking with Victor Borobo, and we'll get to find out more why Port Harcourt was named Garden City and how we lost that status. All right, stick around.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
This is Today 95.1 FM. To copy this tune, press 9.
This is Today 95.1 FM.
For current news and information, press 5.
They are politicians, all of them. They know what they do.
So they know how they attack each other.
And
to stay connected all day, press 1.
The person who raised the alarm is the one who made the public know about.
Good afternoon and welcome to the World News on your premium talk radio station.
We are your premium talk radio station. Today 95.1 FM. The station with a unique dial.
This government.
For that station, John.
Yeah, don't you worry.
We're passionate about it.
We love talking.
We are.
Your number one talk radio station. 95.1 FM.
Where the weather becomes strict and everything becomes unsteady, the only way to go is tuned to Today 95.1 FM. And the world of information, entertainment, and education will be served as breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
Welcome to the show. You're listening to today's Quest. The newspaper review segment is what we've
now,
got.
who says I can't bring the party to your house right now? Because, even if it's raining, I still bring the heat right here.
I am here for you, and I know you are here for me.
It is surely the best 15 minutes of football you can find anywhere on radio.
Back here in the Garden City of Port Harcourt.
Today, 95.1 FM.
Nothing but the best. Nothing but the best.
All right, you're welcome back to Area Talk on Today 95.1 FM. And like I did promise before I went on the break, that we're going to be speaking with a veteran broadcaster. His name is Victor Borovo. And is going to be telling us, from experience. I mean, Dave and I were just basically talking from history. Well, some of it from experience, but it was from our time. But we're going to be speaking with him. He experienced most of the things from his time. So we're going to be hearing from him why Port Harcourt was named the Garden City. Good evening, sir. You're welcome to Today 95.1 FM.
Good evening, Foster. Thank you for having me on the show.
Okay. So let's go straight to the point. Garden City, why was it named so?
Well, it was named the Garden City because indeed it was a garden city. Well-lined streets paved with trees on either side, on both sides, or even in the middle. We had great avenues with trees everywhere, flowers. I mean, watching Port Harcourt from the air was another experience altogether.
Okay.
It was indeed a garden city, provided shade for travelers. You could find places where people could sit if they were tired, walking on foot.
Okay. I mean, all of these that you've mentioned, one could easily tell that Calabar would provide all of these. So I'm wondering, why not Calabar, the Garden City? Why not Calabar? Why Port Harcourt?
Well, I didn't have much experience about Calabar, but all over Nigeria, Port Harcourt was known, even abroad, Port Harcourt was known as a garden city. I mean, you needed to see how richly, the trees festered in the city. There were all sorts of trees, scenting trees. There were all sorts of trees, even fruit trees.
Okay.
Going along the Forces Avenue was a very great experience for little boys in the 70s. You have these rubber trees from which we made footballs and all sorts of things. Yeah.
Okay, so let's bring it to when we lost it. How did we lose that status? Because for now, a lot of people are saying that we have moved from the Garden City to a garbage city. How did we lose that status?
I did not hear the last part of your question, but I can guess what it is. How did we lose the garden in the city?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Well, basically, I would put it down to a deviation from the original plan of the city. The colonial masters had a good plan for it. The first government in River State, led by now King Alfred Jetta Smith, he was a Navy lieutenant then, had a very great plan for the city of Port Harcourt. Unfortunately, it was also the time of the oil boom, which attracted a lot of population to the city, and the city simply overwhelmed the government that took over from Smith. The military administrations that took over from him could not cope. And of course, more people came in than the city could accommodate.
Okay.
The shanties began to blossom. You began to hear of this water side. I won't name them. I don't want to cause any offense.
Yeah.
This water side, that water side, and all those places began to overwhelm the city such that at a stage, the greater population of the city lived in those shanties than in the upper part of the city, which was well planned. As we speak today, the only part of Port Harcourt that still equates with what the Garden City was is this old GRA access.
Right.
Okay? Good. Not that place. No other place there.
Okay. You talked about making football from plastic trees and all of those. Now, I would want to hear some of the things that you, as a young boy growing up in Port Harcourt, enjoyed, and you enjoyed doing. And, well, those things went into oblivion. And if given the opportunity or if given the chance, you would want those things to be brought back. What are the things you enjoyed growing up as a young boy in Port Harcourt?
First of all was the peace and tranquility in the city.
Okay.
Everybody was everybody's brother. We didn't know who was Okrika or Guni or Calabari or Equator or any of the sorts. Number two, we had places, open spaces we could go to play football in. We had number 1 field, number 2 field, 3 field, 4, 5, 6. And also, I think number 4 field was very popular for, was it number 4 field or Jubilee Park? Was very popular for the chance we got. For it was a place we went to hire bicycles for a small fee. And you could ride those bicycles for 30 minutes, for 1 hour, for 20 minutes, 10 minutes, 5 minutes, according to the capacity of your pocket. So little boys had those things. We also had a swimming pool at what used to be number 4 field, where, people could go to swim for free.
For free?
For free, entirely. Yes, for free. So, because of the open spaces, a lot of young talents were scouted for Sharks Football Club. They acted like a feeder team for Sharks Football Club. You could see that the goodness of the city, the well-being of the city, reflected well in a lot of adult avenues and endeavors in football, in education, in all sorts of things. I would like to see that come back. You could go to a party, in our teenagers and early 20s, you could go to a party without a car. At 2 a.m., you could meet a patrol van, a police patrol van that could take you to your party for free. Everybody, we had that camaraderie. It was a fantastic time to be a Port Harcourt boy or girl. Okay, so I would like to see those things return.
Okay. Now, you talked about education, and that's a problem area. Briefly, talk about how it used to be, education.
Yeah. Well, education was, first of all, we all had the same teachers. The son of the commissioner, the son of the mason, everybody, we all had the same teachers. If they were white men, Europeans, Africans, Ghanaians, Liberian teachers, Nigerian teachers, they all taught us in the same schools. And private schools were very few and far between. Unfortunately, somehow, because the state deteriorated under bad leadership, I'm sorry to say, but that's the truth, we began to have a system where individuals began to fill in the space that government failed to hold. Government could no longer hold education, could no longer hold health, and so everything just deteriorated. And unfortunately, in my adult life, I see that there is particularly no plan, from everything we can see around us, to return the city to its glory days, to return River State to its, state of unity, understanding, oneness of purpose. As young men in our 20s, we went to parties in Bori. You could find an Okrika boy in Bori celebrating Christmas. You could find an Akoda boy in Okrika, and a Che boy in Calabari, and, both ways. It was such a good time to be a Rivers boy or girl, or even a resident of River State. People did businesses and thrived. Unfortunately now, that's no longer the case. But we hope that eventually all this will return.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. We really do appreciate you for your time on the show.
Thank you very much, Faustina. Thank you.
All right. Okay, Dave. A lot has been said, but some of the things he said, it got me laughing because, I could just only imagine, because I don't know, I wasn't born in that era.
That time,
I wasn't born that time.
I'm listening, I'm trying to relate, like, okay.
No, you cannot relate.
Free bicycles, all right.
Free bicycles.
Rented bicycles, free swimming pools, all those things didn't happen.
You could go to a party at night and police van would take you there.
Wouldn't shoot you.
It wouldn't. They wouldn't shoot you. They wouldn't say, well, where are you coming from at this time of the night? You look a certain way, and so you must be a bad boy or bad girl and all of those. He said, everybody was everybody's neighbor and friend, so you could look out for the next person. Everybody was existing in some form of unity, really. That as an Ogoni boy, you could go spend Christmas, in Kalabari. And then, as a Kalabari person, you could go to Bori to celebrate Christmas. And it was peaceful. It sounds really peaceful.
I don't know where we got it wrong. I really don't know where.
He said it, that at some point, when the military administrators came, the plan of DSP, they began to deviate from it. And from one administration to the other, they began to deviate. And so if one moves away from it an inch, the next one will come and still move away from the plan an inch. And so it would go that way until we are here.
I see the issue of continuity in government, which is a very big problem. And also knowing what the blueprint should be.
Right.
With conversations like this, I think people should start asking, demanding that we go back to the original blueprint. Even if at this point now, I don't know what we can do, to deal with the situation at hand, because we have people building on site where there shouldn't be houses. We have people having houses in places where
the right of ways,
and it's something that the government should be intentional about. Like I said yesterday, what are we going to do to make sure that we maintain and uphold the garden city status of River State? If we're not, and it shouldn't be Port Harcourt alone.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
It shouldn't be Port Harcourt alone.
But then again, we need to bring back the garden city status to Port Harcourt first, and then we take it off from there, move to other cities. Since we're trying to decentralize.
Yeah, I think that's where the problem started from.
He mentioned it. Victor Brobo mentioned the fact that people began to troop into Port Harcourt, and then it couldn't accommodate the number of people who moved in.
Yeah.
And so we began to have shanties in different areas. We began to have waterfronts in different areas. And if you go to these areas, they're not well planned.
And then they breed, different types of people.
Absolutely.
So I think what can be done is to decentralize the development. Go to other places. Let's have resorts in Andoni. Let's have resorts in Bugumai. Let's have resorts in Bori. And then build those places as we're building Port Harcourt, and allow people to move back to their cities. Most of them don't want to be here. The stress, the traffic, the whole cumbersome arrangement here. It might be stressful for them. So let them go there. No one is saying this is our land. Let them go there. Enjoy yourself there. We build these places. How about going to Bori, and Bori looks like Port Harcourt?
Amen.
And it's not strange to you. So I can decide to just go there. I want to lodge in a hotel. I just go there and stay.
You can come to Today FM from Bori every day to work.
If the roads are good.
If the roads are good.
Do you understand? So if it's worth doing, we should make this development cut across every local government, every community. Build it together. It shouldn't be what is the blueprint for Port Harcourt, or what should be the blueprint for Port Harcourt, or how do we get back Port Harcourt to the garden city status? How do we make River State the treasure base of the nation?
So I feel like that's something we really need to talk about.
Yeah.
Another time.
A foreign investor comes, he's not needing anything in Port Harcourt. What he wants to do is in Ekpe, And it's there. The roads are there, the bridges are there, the transportation is there, the helipads are there. Everything it needs is there. What is it coming here to do?
I mean, I think what you said is what we need to do, because for as long as we have a crowd in Port Harcourt, we will not have that status, that garden city status, until we decentralize into different, until we have cities, mini cities, in different local government areas, where people from Port Harcourt can, boldly say, I want to move from Port Harcourt to, let's say, Idama. That's where I want to live. And then you can access Port Harcourt from anywhere.
The health situation is standard. The electricity issue is there. It's not fluctuating. We have quality infrastructure.
You probably have banks there.
Banks, sports facilities.
Schools, everything that you can have in the city.
I mean, let's not treat people who come from a community, that is not in, Obiako and Falga. We now treat them as village people. It's almost like that, yes.
True.
We see them like, oh, you're coming from this place. Ah, wow.
I've just come to the city.
You've come to the city. And this is River State. It belongs to everyone.
Absolutely. And another thing, what you've notally mentioned, is the school system, the education system back then, where the commissioner's son would be in the same school as the son of the farmer. I mean, everyone seemed to be equal. We're in the classroom. Nobody is higher than the other.
Nobody is a VIP.
Nobody is a VIP or VVIP. We're in this class. We'll learn. Teachers will come, teach everybody.
Flog everyone the same way.
If they've got to flog.
Yeah.
They'll flog everybody the same way.
Of course they will. I mean, like you said, if we got to flog, but discipline everyone on the same...
On the same level.
Yeah. So it's something that if we are not strategic about, that River State should be returned to, or should not be returned, move from where it is right now to that brand. If we understand the concepts of branding and we apply it to River State alone, I mean, it would be everywhere on the news.
Well, talking about education, growing up, I mean, I'm not talking about the 20s. I wasn't born, or 70s, or I'm not talking about the 70s. Yeah. I'm not talking about the 60s. I wasn't born then. But education.
So I can get your age.
That's exactly what I want to do tonight. I'll probably be guessing ages of people who would call to say, in the 60s. Like, okay, you fall within this age bracket, But talking about education and, going to schools that everyone seemed equal. Government schools were the glory of schools, where you had less private schools. You have the likes of, girls and boys schools that people attended. We have dignitaries now. When they come, they'll tell you, I attended Enitonia High School, or I attended one of these, Stella Maris, and then the ladies will come to tell you, I went to Holy Rosary, I went to Harbour Road, I went to Rumeme. Those schools were schools, they were functioning. But now, everything seems to be, upside down. A lot of people are taking their wards and children to private schools because, the government schools are not living up to expectations anymore. But it would be lovely to, return back to... Do we want to return? Okay,
we want to return.
We don't want to return, really.
We want to move.
We want to move.
With the speed of the current, yes.
But it felt like it was better then.
It was at that time. Things have changed.
Yeah,
yesterday someone was asking you for a post, the post office box to return to his community or something like that.
Okay, NIPOST.
Yeah,
post office, yes.
We can't go back to that period.
We can't.
What we can do is I think it's possible if we choose to do it. We can take a city or take a state in another clime that is having similar resources to what we have, model after them. Look at their road network. I mean, the governor travels a lot. The commissioners travel a lot. These people see things. They can take the template of maybe Nevada or somewhere and then bring it and say, okay, look, moving from here upward, we know we have made mistakes, but how can we correct these things? Bring in the foreign expertise.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, they travel a whole lot. They see different systems working fine. How about you go to Finland, study education system, and be like, okay, this is what works in this country. It's modern day model, modern day strategy, so it's going to definitely work in my country. How about you borrow a leaf from those people in different areas? But no.
You know, one of the presidential candidates, one of the things, you know, that kind of got my attention, you know, as to what he's campaigning for, you know, is the fact that he goes from a particular country to the other and he's saying, okay, this is what Nigeria can model. You know, this is what we can incorporate into our society. And if we think that way, you know, it's called the mirror effect. If I look at you and I know that what you're doing is good and I can emulate what you're doing, I probably would be doing the same thing if I keep looking at you. Right. You know, so we can just take it, bring it, use the template and run. We are not looking at a city that or a state that would be done with in the next 10 years. What are we building for the children? 100 years to come, 200 years to come. You're asking, Dave, are we going to be here? No. But there are universities that should last up until that time.
Absolutely.
There are structures that should be preserved. You know, there are edifices that should be kept. So if we're not intentional about it, one morning, you know, 200 years from now, everything is just houses are on the roads. People are just building anywhere they want to. And, you know, if you go on the internet and you type in how Nigeria looks with AI in the next 100 years,
I'd be confused.
You still see bad roads.
Anyway, I think we need to open up the phone lines right now so we can get your take on our discussion for tonight. A big story for tonight. We've been talking about Garden City, Port Harcourt being the Garden City, and we've been asking the question, what made Port Harcourt the Garden City in the first place? Why was it named Garden City in the first place? What made it Garden City? And well, it's no news that they said we've lost the status of a Garden City. How did we lose it? You know, and then we'd love to hear from you tonight. What are the things that you enjoyed in the past in River State that are no longer in existence, but you'd love for them to be brought back into existence? So yeah, you should definitely right now travel down memory lane and bring back those things, and let's talk about them. All right, 0817-0000-951 and 0810-9510951. Those are the numbers to call, or you can send a text message or WhatsApp message to 07019339962, or you can use our social media platforms. Head over there, Today95.1 FM on Facebook. Go there, drop a comment. You can follow us everywhere, okay? Follow us everywhere. You can head over to Twitter as well as Instagram at Today951 FM, okay? And there is also YouTube, Today FM Live. Go and subscribe, okay? Let's have the conversation everywhere. Let's get to hear from our very first caller for tonight. Hello, Today 95.1 FM. Okay, I missed that one. Hello, good evening. Welcome to Area Talk. Hello, good evening.
My name is
Reginald.
Yes, I have listened to you people very well.
All right.
And I have listened to the man who spoke concerning the issue of Garden City. Consider that we have lost a lot. And I don't know what you can do is still return Port Harcourt as a Garden City. During my days, it used to move from Ipocho to Ito, every other part of the city. So we are organizing a local party. Even you can take a greeter, or you expect a greeter that has a party. And then came back later around 3 o'clock or 2. After then, you see the people on the way. Sometimes they will even direct you. They even need you to come back. That's anybody. Nobody they hand you, nobody is anything. Most people going to one place together, they come back to say, come nothing. But it's a different book. I don't know what we can do. But I believe that if you have leaders,
Okay, apologies, I've got to let you go. The line is not clear enough, all right? You can call the other line, all right? Which is 0810-9510-951. That's the number you should call. Or keep trying the other one as well. 0817-000951. Send a text message or WhatsApp message to 0701-933-9962. Hello, Today 95.1 FM. Welcome to Area Talk.
Good evening. My name is Victor.
All right, Victor. You're welcome.
You see, the reason why in a state you have to create other cities after the capital of the state. You see, like the other time, I remember my community where I come from was a city even trying to compete with River State capital then, before crisis now came up. Now, today, my brothers left the place and come to Port Harcourt and Ireland and start building mansions and everything all over there. Today, they are even regretting. And then again, we have tried to show us love in terms of flagging up our major road again. So now, those my brothers who have left, some of the other way around, if you even check very well, you see that the problem and the crisis that came up before they left, most of them were involved. They were the generator of the crisis. Now, because of self-centered interest, I want to control Ajip, I want to control Tuta, I am the only one, and all the that, blue blah blah, like the other our so-called contestants of president. Now today they are regretting because after they have finished working our road first, let's start by that dualization of our major road. When they are done with it, our place will come back to the city that it used to be.
Okay.
Because we have a lot. We don't even supposed to travel to any place. Because I could remember there was a time when our brother, Chief Professor Clark Aki, asked all the multinationals to develop our place the way their country is. We are not supposed to travel out of our place because what this thing it takes to be like United States of America and all the rest. But because of the greedy that's why each time I call concerning Nigerian government, I get upset. I get angry. But what God has used to bless us, who are supposed to enjoy it instead of these things that's happening in our place. But I want to use this medium to take good Wike. Thank you for finally recognizing the hub who has been feeding the country for over 70 something years now.
All right, thank you very much.
So, and again, hello, I'm coming.
Round up, please.
Let me just round up. You see, another one is, you can imagine where the two people call themselves Minoko and whatever, that is their turn.
Hello. Okay, I think the network even agreed that you should, make way for others to call. Please, when you call, stick to 1 minute, all right? Thank you very much. Today 95.1 FM. Good evening.
Greetings to the host.
Greetings to you.
Dave, greetings as for tonight to now.
Good evening, Edson. You're welcome.
Thank you. First thing, I want to see River State being a regional city. Yeah,
you can go to Buri, you go to Outer East. Bring out Omok. Omok before was a little bit lively. When it comes to acts of violence and the rest, everything has died down. Same thing with Ogonila, which is the that regional city they are called what do they call Buri. So I want to see you go to Calabari land, you see another place is a place like Degema develop. At least people look at the way we are seeing Lagos. I want to tell you today, you can't tell somebody you are going to Ikeja. Do you know that the name, capital of Lagos have gradually long time been forgotten? Nobody wants to remember Ikeja. Only what you need to know. Everybody wants to go to Lagos. You don't know whether that or whatever you are going there for. But here, everybody wants to be Port Harcourt. The name is so. They should divide. They should make it a regional city so that people can go to their buy land and develop other places.
All right.
Where is part is dominated.
Okay.
And for that earlier time you are talking about, I was a little bit experienced in when I was a little boy. That was 1995 to that period to 96, 97.
All right. Hello.
I still remember when I was 15 on the top. At some certain point I was a hawk. And I lost. They have to take me to RSC. That was 1993.
Are you serious?
My accident come there to pick me up at the end. So that is how I was recovered.
All right. All right, thank you.
Are you serious?
You know how, someone will tell you, please don't wander far away. Don't go far away.
So they won't show you on TV.
On TV. Hello, Today 95.1 FM. You're welcome to Area Talk.
Hello.
Yes, good evening. You're welcome. What's your name?
Yes, I'm Chris. Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Chris.
Yes, I'm calling from York City.
York City.
York City. Have you heard about York City?
York City in Nigeria?
York City in Nigeria. That's Abunima.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yes. Abunima is known as York City.
It's all right.
Yes. Well, I'm calling and, I just want to talk about this issue of fuel. Because, I discovered that my friends and relatives who are in Lagos kept telling me they are buying fuel at a normal rate. Especially even during the Christmas period. And we are made to understand that because tanker drivers were on strike or something happened, that's why we are buying exorbitantly in Port Harcourt, River State precisely. And you wonder where these things are coming from, and that is why we are buying it at this rate. I have bought, the cheapest I bought is $2.95, and I thank God for this guy, Owando, at Elena Heavens. At least he has maintained that price. So $2.95 and all that, at least being fair enough. But what I'm saying is this. When a government tells you, for instance, the state government always brag or talks highly of my people, I'm fighting for my people, enemy of rivers and all that, you expect if we are buying this fuel at this cost, and it's not as if that is what the nation has stipulated that we buy this. Rather, is as a result of sabotage, either from buying from third party and all that. I expect this governor who so loves rivers people, who so loves the people he is governing, to intervene. Because, you see, buying of fuel affects everybody, affects the average man living in Port Harcourt, living in River State. Our Tokonadu governor, Mr. Project, you've done wonderfully well.
Okay.
Please, can he also intervene in this area to really demonstrate that he loves his people, the River people he's fighting for? For Christ's sake, why are we in River State and we are suffering like this?
All right, Mr. Chris.
Why are we buying fuel at this exorbitant? Mr. Governor, please intervene.
Okay, thank you.
Use your sagacity, use your audacity, the flair at which you go on air and talk, use it to intervene.
All right,
and bring succor to the suffering of the masses of River State that you love.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Okay, so let us know what you think about the Garden City name. I mean, that status that Port Harcourt is referred to. What made it really the Garden City, and how did we lose the status? And going back memory lane, thinking about all the things that you enjoyed as a child growing up in Port Harcourt. What are the things that you enjoyed in the past in River State? And you don't see them anymore, but you wish that, you know, those things be returned back to existence so you can continue enjoying them. Maybe a few adjustments will be made, but they should be brought back so people can continue to enjoy. Well, it could be bus services, train services. It could be the area of education. There are things you enjoyed so much while growing up. It could be in entertainment. You know, you could be talking about playing football in Six Field and all of the fields in town.
Yeah.
All of those stories would really, really love to hear from you, all right? Today, 95.1 FM. Good evening. Welcome.
Hello, good evening.
Yes,
Fatima, Blonde Diva, Oputu.com.
Chief Beke, you're welcome.
Good evening,
Dave.
Dave Medford.
All right. Good evening to you, sir.
Robert, Dave Medford. This is Chief Beke, calling you from Bori.
All right.
So, I want to remember the yesteryears in Port Harcourt.
All right, go on.
When we were growing up in the 70s, we used to call, like Victor Burbo said, we used to call the old GRA European quarters.
European quarters?
Yes, that's the name we used to call it. And when you are passing through that European quarters, the fence is see-through. You will see the colonial masters, the leftovers of the colonial masters who are still in Nigeria. You see them and their families playing lawn tennis. You see this lush rubber trees, flowers along the streets. The Port Harcourt was called the Garden City because of the broadness of the streets of Port Harcourt.
All right.
The streets are wide and they planted flowers on both sides of the street. In the 70s, immediately after the Civil War.
Okay.
So when we are passing through the GRA, you see these Europeans playing lawn tennis in their premises. So we stand by their fence, a see-through fence, and be watching them and their families playing lawn tennis. At times, we used to go to Port Harcourt Club along Forces Avenue. We swim with them in Port Harcourt Club swimming pool. We make friends with the white kids. We were also kids in our primary schools.
Okay.
Until when I entered into secondary school, government school in Isaka.
Oh, you went there?
Yes. There was a tourist village in Isaka which is forgotten by even the present River State government or the successive River State government. There was a tourist village known as Isaka tourist village.
Yeah.
While I was schooling in Isaka, we used to go to the tourist village. You see all the white people in Port Harcourt during weekends. They will come with a seaplane, all the Shell Jeep staffs. They will come with seaplane. They will land on the river. They will come to the tourist village. They will check in, lodge, and they will be bathing at the beach. We will mingle with them. They will play guitar, music. We enjoy together. Then some of them will say they want to see the interior of the Niger Delta. They want to see the coast, the coastline to Bonny. We will make arrangements for speedboats. We will hire speedboats for them. We will accompany them as tour guides. They will pay us in dollars as tour guides. They will be, snapping all these beautiful birds, monkeys. We will tour with them to New Calabar River, down to Cotton Channel, all those areas. They will be snapping creatures, animals that they see along the creek.
All right.
We go to Bonny, at times we go to Bonny. So all these things were things that happened yesteryear.
Okay.
Then there was one governor during the Babangida era that came to River State, Fidelis Oyakilome. He introduced one policy, part of the things that made the River State to be called the Garden City.
Okay.
He introduced a policy that every premises should plant a tree in front of their yard. Every yard, compound, should plant a tree. Like Victor Burbo also said, there was Jubilee Park. When you go there, it's green, beautiful flower trees. You can hire a bicycle for as low as 5 kobo. You drive for 30 minutes. If you take 10 kobo for 1 hour, then you have the street swimming pool at Niger Street, where you can go and you swim. Port Harcourt was so beautiful that even in the school, we don't pay school fees in the 70s. So long as when you put your hand across your ear, your hand can touch your ear, the other side of your ear. You start going to school. Government provides chairs, everything for the children, for us to enable us learn. So it was that beautiful. That time there was oil boom.
All right.
There was oil boom.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Back to my...
okay, Chibeke, make it just brief, please.
Yes, I'm appealing to His Excellency as he's flagging up projects in this period of campaign. He should remember the people of Sogo, Ghana Ward 4. He remember his promise, the 2015 election, when they took our land for banana plantation. He promised us that if voted into power, we will come to our area and we industrialize the area. We voted massively for him. We are still loyal. We remain loyal. On behalf of the Royal Highnesses, the Council of Chiefs, the opinion leaders in Sogo community, Ghana Ward 4, I appeal to His Excellency is coming to campaign in Sogo, in Ghana local government area. You should remember the good people of Sogo. We remain loyal to his administration.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Okay, thank you very much. Oh, Dave, did you hear all of those?
I did. I did hear. And, the nostalgic feeling going back in the time where, things were better. But moving on. Here now.
Moving on. The C School Isaka you talked about, I didn't attend it when it was C School. I attended when it was Sports Institute of River State.
Oh,
That's where I attended.
Oh, all right.
And there's this beach. They used to have some form of festival there. So it was really beautiful. But that place, the C School, the Sports Institute,
everything,
it's been abandoned. And that's something that I would love for the government to bring back.
Definitely.
Yeah. Today 95.1 FM. Good evening.
Good evening, Tijana. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. Where have you been?
Happy New Year to you.
I'm owing you 2 plots of land in Ikore land.
Please, I am down for it. If you need me, I will come.
Tijana, did you travel?
Yeah, but I lost my dad.
Oh.
Yes, I lost my dad. I will do the city people in Chile because I'm planning for the burial by next month.
So sorry about that.
Yes, I travel to my father's Montana home at Imo State.
Okay.
To go and, burial process, now to go and sort out 1 or 2 things with them.
All right. Sorry about that.
Yes. Anyway, I am the one to bury my dad now. My dad will not bury me.
Right.
That's not our prayer is that even my own children, when I old and leave the world, they will be the one to stand.
Yes.
Yeah.
So, Dave, I'm so much happy for your program this evening. Dave, I commend you people, and I believe that this year things are going to be better for you people and your family because we how do I put it? As a common man, you people are the little hope we have. Because you people are the one that help to share all our problems out to the government to come and assist. So, Dave, I want to commend the executive governor of River State because I don't have any other choice. So, continue to commend him because government is when you commend government for what they have done, then you should be expecting the second round of it. So, Dave, the people of Elwelo and Opakolosi and the Rose, I want to remind the governor of River State that what we are not left that we want him to bring back to us in the state because during former administration, when the Chibika was the governor of River State, our canal, they used to 3 times every year, I'm sure of 3 times every year, that the governor used to send one boogie. One will start at Rumokoro slaughter. One will start at Elos under the flyover. 2 of them finally they will jam themselves at Unitraco. And then at this canal, at Elibolo, Arupakos and the Rose, there is a major channel. We are all this water that was channeled by the state government. As I speak to you now, there's another development now that Enika people, the flood at Enika, the governor awarded the drainage now to channel it to the same canal through they want to pass through Elibolo Hello?
Yes, yes. Go on. Listen.
So they want to pass through Elibolo and channel through a share cooperative to channel to through one ton idea at that new road roundabout. And this water are going to the canal. Tell me, and I can speak to you now. You come and see the condition of this canal. Tell me, like last year when it was when the LGBT came. Tell me, it was not much last year, the flood. It was not much last year, but the condition of the canal now, and this water they are about to channel from any canal to the same canal again. My brother, we have gone to meet the contractor. The contractor said that the government gave order that nobody should come there and say anything. I think we are not here for problem. He wants to channel this water to this canal. And look at what we are passing through, but this is the same canal. Is it that somebody cannot see that when you have issue, that the contractor, so we should stop it, is going to call the governor, that the governor will give order to arrest us. So please, I want to call on the governor of Rivers State. So even though this canal, let him use this canal as his last project. Because this canal is one of it's a campaign from 2015 at West 4, room of the Mayatan Hall. I was there. The governor assured that this canal will be the first project to award.
Okay.
I don't think this canal, come and see the condition of the canal. So I want to call on him. I want to also call on the NDC boss, who is our sister, to also come to the aid of people of Elibolo. There is an abandoned project here. About 3-4 roads that was abandoned by NDC after they did the gutter. They abandoned it and the contractor went away with the money. So I want to also call on the NDC chairman to intervene in the Elibolo community how to complete this road.
All right.
And this canal, whatever they will do now, this is the period to tackle this canal. This is the period because it's dry season. This is the time is one week can come inside and realize it very well for the people because very soon, you know what is going to happen now. We are going to work for the season.
Okay.
So let the state government and the NDC do something about this canal.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Tijana.
All right.
Thank you very much. One more call and then we take some messages. Hello, Today95.1 FM. Welcome to Area Talk.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Good to you. Comment about calling about Ghana.
All right, you're welcome.
Yeah, thank you. Faustina.
Yeah.
As regards, what can we do to restore Rivers State to what it was?
Sorry about that. Lost the connection. Do well to call back if you can. But in the meantime, let's take some messages.
Okay.
All right. So while you're at that, let's see. Hello, Today95.1 FM.
Good evening, Faustina.
Yes, good evening. You're welcome to Area Talk. What's your name?
Yeah, good evening. This is Honorable Chris Okuri. Yes, good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Chris. You're welcome.
Yeah, welcome. Happy New Year. Let me talk about it's just like a miracle. Today in Elelawa.
Yes.
It's a thing of praise the Lord. Because of Elelawa light today, I didn't even go to work. I said, let me see what is going to happen. Since 4 o'clock early in the morning till now, Elelawa light. They are still making use of light since morning.
Since morning?
Since morning, I didn't know whether maybe the NEPA personnel have forgotten that maybe because in Elelawa, we normally use Elelawa light to know it's 10 o'clock or it's 4 o'clock. Once they take the light, it's 8 o'clock. Once the lights up, it's 10 o'clock. So we no longer have watch in our house now. So
wonderful.
We use Elelawa light to know it's 12 o'clock or it's 1 o'clock or it's 4 o'clock. But today, since morning till now, Praise the Lord. If the labor man travel, please don't come back. Don't come back.
That was funny.
Don't come back. Let me talk about what is going on again. I don't really understand. Well, what is going on now? There is a peak along YKC. I have spent not less than 3,000. Yeah. This man who where I don't know people that remove that.
Okay.
That have killed not less than 2 to 3 people. The other one is Kete. The other one is just woman that just fall inside there and just die. So I have gone and waste a lot of money because of that. Since getting to 3 years now, you want to tell me that River State government or local government or even councillor cannot go there and use, even if something of 2,000, 3,000 can solve that thing. But if I tell them you go and do that thing now, I don't know if government will come after me. They will start quoting it's a government road. You don't dare do this. You don't do good things to government. So please, they should go and cover that place.
Okay.
They should go and cover that after YKC, before Obatae Junction. A very big hole, manhole. They have removed that place. People that place are killing people every time.
Right.
Every time we don't hear it on the radio. That's all. Nobody will do anything concerning that pothole. Huh?
Okay. Thank you.
They should do something.
All right.
They should do something.
Thank you very much.
Praise the Lord today. Better man. Don't come back,
All right, thank you. Thank you very much. Dave, do we have the messages ready?
Yes, we do. Let's start with this one. This one says, Dave and Faustina, my mom is a trader. When I went to meet her in the market today, I saw a handbill from CBN about the new note. They placed the old note and placed the old note side by side with the new note at the front cover, and inside the rest of the handbill was about the new deadlines and the new policies. Okay, trying to sensitize people. All right, this one is Faustina, top of the evening. My area talk is on. Okay. I would have to go through that message again before I take it. This one says, good evening. This is Emeka. Okay, the winner of the show. Dave, thank you very much. This one says, good evening, Dave and Faustina. My area talk is about the blockade of the turning at the lead to Uniport by Choba police station. Faustina, the only luck the police had is that the shuttle operation in Uniport has been operated by people that have morals. Faustina, there are people that know how to shoot the gun. They are holding them. This is coming from ex-agitator. Even we should go open that place for them before we hear issues happen.
No, we don't want to hear.
I mean, an ex-agitator's already said there's some people that know how to shoot the gun also.
Please. Hold your peace.
Hold your peace, please. This one says, good evening, Dave and Faustina. I can do from Omagwa. Dave, I want to know if Governor Wike is contesting for any elected position. Please, Dave, the governor should leave. All right. Okay. Let me come down towards where you said Samuel Monotsike is he hearing the cry of Imogo people? He promised Imogo people the transformer during his second term campaign and has refused to fulfill it. Well, election is at hand and PDP would never get any vote from Imogo community. Thanks. Now, the reason why I didn't take the other part of your message is because we don't want to have any political conversation. Okay, we're trying to avoid any political conversation.
Hey, what's your area talk?
Yes, not a political conversation. Good evening to you, Madam Tina. Wow, that's a new version. You, of course.
My name is Faustina. My name is
Madam Tina. James from Uzoba, please tell NEPA to give Uzoba no light for 14 days now. I came from the New Year break. It was only flashing and flashing. NEPA, please give us light. Atuzoba, thank you very much. From James. This one says, presenters, posters and banners everywhere in my community again. The same set of people who refuse to care for us. Somebody like, you mentioned the name, again, wonder shall never end. Stainless from Uhike community. Now, when they come and post the posters, don't stop them. The only way you can put them to shame is go to the polls and elect the person you think can handle the job.
Exactly.
All right? Forget about their posters. It's their money. A long one. Good people of River State, hear this. The governor said today that no local government... Okay. This should be an old message. Okay? The governor said that no local government receives less than 300 million plus revenue generated locally. Now, Ahoda West local government chairman cannot pay for clearing. Clean the debris at Mbiama town. Mbiama is one of the dirtiest cities in River State. The revenue is paid by the traders at Mbiama. My people, we need advocates, public analysts, outspoken people in Ahoda West. Otherwise, we will not progress or develop in tears. And this is coming from Olulu in Ahoda.
Okay, let me take some messages, comments on Facebook. Chile Edwin says, indeed, Port Harcourt was a garden city with many serene sites, especially within the old Port Harcourt Township area and the old GRA, with trees planted with well-planned street and houses, which has disappeared without any government trying to replicate those things anywhere. And even when the past administration wanted to build a new Greater Port Harcourt, this government came and destroyed it. But River State must reflect on the past to build a Greater Port Harcourt. All right, thank you. Patrick Johnny says, how River State lost its garden city status was because of lack of continuity in government administration and lack of federal government developmental plan for the oil and gas state, despite federal government looting and draining of River State resources for decades now. Okay. Godwin Onyeche says, Port Harcourt is the garden city of Nigeria because it is blessed with good environment and mineral resources. We lost the status by having bad leadership. I missed the following: employment, better education, provision of social amenities, good hospital, etc. We need a God-fearing leader for the glory to be restored. I rest my case. Afoni Obina says, okay, you just said Kano Reef. Okay, that's what you want the government to bring back. Okay, you're from this generation. Or from this generation. We've got more messages or take some more calls.
All right, let's do more messages. This one says, my name is Imaman from Mbaniche, River State. My area reports so many government schools in Iche, in rural area, has shut down in respect of lack of teachers and absence of the government, such as State School Okudu Mba Iche, State School Akboku Iche, State School UPE Mwatoro Mba Iche, GGSS Ndashi Iche, State School Okehi 2, State School Obite Iche, State School Amakumba Iche, State School Mwedemba Iche, State School Obibi Iche, and State School Okonoche Bodo Iche, UPE Ozuzu Iche. Away from that, the rate of unemployment since 2015 till date cannot be overemphasized, which is very unfortunate. And this is by Imaman. Thank you very much. This one says, good evening, Dave and Faustina. My name is Chinemerem Egbechula Chitu from Romodogo. In fact, the fact that some of the traditional rulers rule without constitutional rights makes a very big problem in the community. Until we have the law to help some of the traditional rulers on how to rule, we will continue to have majority of responsible traditional rulers in this part of our communities. I am Chinemerem Egbechula Chitu from Rumodogo. More and more messages come in. This one says, good PM for Senate. Please tell the Abolga Council boss in the person of Opiele Daniel to try and come and execute one project in Ward 7 before his tenure elapses. And this is coming from Ina Ted Jacob from Otafa, Abua. This one says, please, Dave and Faustina, help me tell the NDDC that there is a road project abandoned here in Rumokbarali community. It was awarded by NDDC. The contractor did not only gutter and abandon it. Okay, the contractor did the gutter and abandoned it. The new NDDC board should please come and complete it before the rain set in. It's a scary time. This one says, PH was beautiful and sweet. As when I was born in Marine Bays in the late 70s, I attended Township School. Afternoon, Ilechimosko Road. After school, we will go to Ogunabali Town and Ogunabali River, swim and catch crab. We will trek from Marine Bays to Garrison, go to Civic Center to watch football. ETC said this is coming from Mr. Sotonyi Kingsley. I hope I got it correctly. Yeah, Sotonyi Kingston. This one says, Port Harcourt, as Garden City was the work of the British colonial rulers and not black man's work, like Rivers rulers. Away from Garden City issues, which facility or area has been maintained in River State? Wow, big question from Lulu. This one says, Dave, please tell NEPA people to take light so that we can rest for a while. Ha!
Where is that? Where is that?
If we give this instruction, nobody should call and say,
nothing lasts for 5 years old.
No, I'm not going to say this. No. They might come and look for you at that house. I say, oh, you're the one, right? I mean, it's too strange to him. How me tell NEPA people to help me take your life so that they can rest for a while? Enjoy, okay?
Enjoy yourself.
Enjoy while it lasts. Are we doing WhatsApp?
Okay, we've got
3 minutes
for that.
All right, we don't have any here right now.
Okay, let's just take one call and we're done. Hello, Today 95.1 FM. Good evening.
Yeah, Mr. Zion. Good evening.
All right, Mr. Zion, you're welcome.
I'm a Port Harcourt child. Grew up here. In the days where Project 504 is an executive of officials. And Ditto is for directors and deputy directors. You can't imagine where my father, my uncles, those are their cars, and it's kind of
they were elites.
They are the elites, I'm telling you. They are the elites. We are privileged to live very close to the deputy governor's office.
Okay.
So we only see everything, feel the fever of the old Port Harcourt, where nobody asks you who goes you. Even in the middle of the night, you can walk with your girlfriend or your wife. You can be. There is a place growing up as a child I used to know. They call it Beribabu.
Beribabu.
Yes.
In this Port Harcourt.
To be honest with you now, I don't know where is that place again. Beribabu. Somewhere in the Diop area. I don't know. My parents used to threaten us with, if you misbehave, we will take you there. I will just sit up, we will respect ourselves immediately. And the nightlife in the Port Harcourt area, like the Jones areas, this Lagos bus stop area, very beautiful. The Suya line in the night. Good, as in, you feel this warmness. And that was when we know each other. We know your father, we know your mother.
Mr. Zion,
oh, yes.
Our time is up. We've got a commercial about now. So thank you so much. We really do appreciate it.
We can get it right is let us in our mind come together and love ourselves.
All right,
we'll get it right.
Thank you very much. Okay, so that's the size of the package. Area Talk for tonight. We'll be back again tomorrow, and do well to follow us on all social media platforms. Today 95.1 FM, Facebook, Instagram, and Facebook, and Twitter rather, and YouTube as well. Today FM Live. You can go there, subscribe to our channel. For David Melford Robert on all platforms, and on
And on Twitter, it's David_Melford.
Okay, and for Faustina Blondie will put you on Facebook. Twitter is at Faustination. Stick around at top of the hour. Gloria Kate will be here to take you on Opinion Poll.
Hello and welcome to the program Roots and Herbs. Roots and Herbs is put together and sponsored by Herbal Heritage International, also known as Baba Yoruba. Baba Yoruba is currently having a special promo package at number 24 Ikwere Road, Mile 1 by Education Bus Stop, Port Harcourt. For details and inquiries, the telephone number to call is 080-33-111-946. On today's edition of the program, our topic for discussion is staphylococcal infection. And I have with me in the studio, Dr. Otumba Abiola. Sir, you're welcome to the program.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Staphylococcal infections do occur in the body system when Staphylococcus bacteria enters into the body system and spread within the body system, destroying body cells. Staphylococcus bacteria are majorly of 3 types that can afflict men. But of these 3, the most pathogenic in nature, that is the one that is capable of causing diseases easily in men, is the Staphylococcus aureus, because it is capable of invading body cells, destroying them, causing different pathological changes in the body. When Staphylococcus bacteria spread in the body system, there are a number of changes that one can experience. This can result to burning sensation within the individual, and this can be seen as fever from time to time, or a situation where there is certain hotness coming from within. There can be skin manifestations in staphylococcal infection that can be given one periodic boils or rashes all over the body. In some people, such rashes can come around the pubic region, or even leading to boils that can lead to blisters or even ulcers on the skin. It is possible for one to experience persistent headache in staphylococcal infection because the body fluid is already contaminated. It is possible if any bacteria is able to dwell so long in the body system to contaminate the body fluid and even damage nerves. When nerves are damaged, there can be tiredness. Not only this, it is possible for men to suffer a lot because this can degenerate to a situation where a man is unable to stand like a real man. When a man is unable to stand like a real man, it is seen as a serious challenge because the whole family can be affected. Part of the joy of the relationship can be stolen, and this can cause different rancors in the family. A man that is unable to stand as he should can find it difficult to get arousal. The libido, that is the desire for opposite sex, can disappear. And once that arousal is not there, that is the ignition point. It means such a man will not be able to stand like a real man. In some people, the arousal can be there, but you discover that because nerves have been damaged, the transmission from the upper center down to the power point of man, that is in between his 2 thighs, can be weakened. When such occurs, you discover that such a man can even get arousal or is able to stand, but the type of standing that he has is not strong enough to help him to even get into the act. In some people, they make effort to get into the act, but you discover that they are unable to spend more than a minute or more before they are exhausted. Mind you, before a man can be called a real man, such a man must be able to have the arousal as desired and also be able to sustain the energy he has been able to gather for a considerable length of time. That is when such a man can be able to make his partner happy when it comes to man-to-woman interaction. It's after knowing the root cause of the challenge that one will be able to know the right step to take for one to be totally free. And don't forget that the special health consultation going on at Herbal Heritage International is still on. So many people have benefited from this because you can enjoy 50% slash in all products coming from Herbal Heritage, and all products are NAFDAC approved. The number to call is 080-33-111-946. Again, 080-33-111-946. I repeat, 080-33-111-946. Thank you all.
You're welcome back to Roots and Herbs. Baba Yoruba is currently having a special promo package at number 24 Ikwere Road, Mile 1 by Education Bus Stop, Port Harcourt. For details and inquiries, the telephone number to call is 080-33-111-946. I repeat, 080-33-111-946. 33 111 946. 080 33 111 946. 080 33 111 946.
Herbal Heritage International, the Kokoroko, for herbal medicine, when they produce strong, correct medicine, they take it, they support the country healthcare system. Liman, correct bakelistic Ogbonge herbal medicine, they know they come out for public anyhow, like a big basket. Food ground, as every Christmas have been boundary. Sickness self sabi medicine will pass them. After all, monkey smart now, because tree near tree is a forest. Heritage International will use the technology of computer testing machine to see and know before attacking that your health condition. We don't become Obarugba for your life with the correct treatment. Therefore, whether definition or without definition, make you visit Herbal Heritage International. Offices will near you. Herbal Heritage International. Now you.
Don't forget that Root and Herbs is a program that discusses health-related challenges and suggests possible ways out from the herbal medicine perspective. Until we come your way again, remain blessed.
Herbal Heritage International, the Kokoroko, for herbal medicine, when they produce strong, correct medicine, they take it, they support the country healthcare system. Liman, correct bakelistic Ogbonge herbal medicine, they know they come out for public anyhow, like a big basket. Food ground, as every Christmas have been boundary. Sickness self sabi medicine will pass them. After all, monkey smart now, because tree near tree is a forest. Heritage International will use the technology of computer testing machine to see and know before attacking that your health condition. We don't become Obarugba for your life with the correct treatment. Therefore, whether definition or without definition, make you visit Herbal Heritage International. Offices will near you. Herbal Heritage International. Now you.
This is Today 95.1 FM. To copy this tune, press 9.
This is Today 95.1 FM.
For current news and information, press 5.
They are politicians, all of them. They know what they do.
So they know how they attack each other.
To stay connected all day, press 1.
The person who raised the alarm is the one who made the public know about
it. Good afternoon and welcome to the World News on your Premium Talk Radio station.
We are your Premium Talk Radio station. Today 95.1 FM. The station with a unique dial.
When the weather becomes strict and everything becomes unsteady, the only way to go is tune to Today 95.1 FM. And the world of information, entertainment, and education will be served as breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
Welcome to the show. You're listening to today's Quest. The newspaper review segment is what we
got.
Now
who says I can't bring the party to your house right now? Because, even if it's raining, I still bring the heat right here.
I am here for you, and I know you are here for me.
It is surely the best 15 minutes of football you can find anywhere on radio.
Back here in the Garden City of Port Harcourt. Today, 95.1 FM. Nothing but the best. Nothing but the best.
Tuesday, and it's the 17th day in January 2022. How are you doing? It's 5 minutes gone past 9. I am excited to be here again on radio with you to have a swell time discussing issues that concerns you and I, preferring solutions, suggesting solutions, and of course, see how we can put hands together as a people, as a nation, to have a better place for you and I. It's another beautiful day to have the program on your Premium Talk Radio station, Today 95.1 FM. It's Opinion Poll, live here in the Garden City
of Port Harcourt. I will be here till 10 p.m. before the word news comes your way. So, you know how we do it. I talk, you talk, we talk, and that's how we have a great conversation. Thank you so much for joining me tonight. Thank you. I hope that your day was great. Mine was fantastic. It's always fantastic, you know. I mean, whether it went as I planned or not, it is fantastic. Because, you know, everything works together for your good. For my good, that's just what I believe. And it works for me. It does work for me. Believe in something, something positive, and see it come through for you. I mean, it's just what life is, really. Whatever you believe in works for you. You know, your belief eventually becomes your reality. You know, so you want to be mindful of the things that you believe in, you know, as regards your life and the results that you get. All right? My name is Gloria Kati. And once again, I am welcoming you to the program tonight. Thank you so much. I can't thank you enough for tuning in right now and making us your best friend. We'll be here for you, always giving you entertainment, talk, sports, information, education, of course, for your benefit, for your listening pleasure. Of course, it's how we feed you on radio. All right? Don't go anywhere. We will have us all time on the program tonight, definitely. The phone lines remain 0817 0000951, 0817 3000951, or 0810 951 0951. 0817 300 0951 or 0810 951 0951. The message portal is 0701 933 9962. 0701 933 9962. I hope you got that. If you did, then let's move on. Okay, so a couple of days ago, I saw a lady who was complaining bitterly about how that her son is being influenced negatively, her 15-year-old son being influenced negatively by, you know, as it were, social media. I don't know if it's social media anyways, but I mean content from the media. Let's just say social media. From the internet, that's the word. From the internet, right? And she was bitterly disappointed. I don't know, perhaps she trusted her son so much, or perhaps she thought that she had inculcated in him all moral values, hang in mind to that should guide him in his way, you know, so he doesn't indulge in certain activities. But she felt really, really heartbroken seeing that her son is indulged in those activities, social vices and other immoral acts, and she got really pissed and seized his phone, his smartphone. She seized it from him and kept him on house arrest. Well, a couple of things to say about the story here. She was complaining bitterly, and what began to revolve in my head, what began to pop up in my head, was I began to, first of all, go down memory lane, how we were raised and the things we had access to and the things we would actually allow ourselves to. The things we would give into. You know, doesn't it amaze you how that somebody or a certain child or children would grow up in an environment and they don't look like that environment? I've seen many. Recently, I met a couple whose children didn't look like where they grew up from. Oh Lord, they grew up in Dio, right? But these children, they speak like they speak clean and clear English. They don't act in any way. In fact, Job is too small to even describe them. I mean, Nigeria as a whole, they don't have any atom of Nigerians. Honestly, I'm not exaggerating. They're so well-mannered, highly respectful, moral standards so high. I couldn't help but wonder how much work the parents would have put in to raise those kind of children. In these same environments where we have uncensored information flying everywhere, you wouldn't hear those children utter certain words. You wouldn't hear them listen to certain songs. You wouldn't hear like Jesus Christ. They could literally sit an adult down and teach him good morals. I'm not joking. What was I saying before? The story here about the lady complaining about how that son, she realized, she found out that her son was doing a lot of immoral things on his phone. That's no longer news, right? I mean, some people are listening to me right now and you're like, oh well, that's a normal thing. That's a normal thing, really. Ah, my God. So, I began to think, go down memory lane when we were growing up, the kind of things that we won't even allow ourselves to, we won't give in to, we won't indulge in. I mean, when everyone in class was trying to try out certain things, discuss certain things, you'd always isolate yourself from that kind of environment. You'll detach yourself from the crowd. That was it for me, honestly. So the values that were inculcated in me by my parents held sway. It could help me decide what is good for me and what isn't good for me. And let's review the word parenting once again. We can refer to the support, intervention, and strategies every family adopts in grooming and training a child to realize his or her full potential in life. To realize his or her full potential in life. And now, we will not dispute the fact that, I mean, some parents don't exactly nurture or train their children to actually realize the full potential in life. They actually train them to box them up, especially the female child. Train them to be boxed up. You condition their minds in such a way that makes them less productive in society, makes them see themselves in a certain way and cannot accept certain things even when they get the opportunity for it. So our mind had been conditioned. Permit me to call parenting conditioning, because that's what it is. You're conditioning that person, that child. The impact of each parenting style on the child is believed to have far-reaching effects that not only affect the family, but the larger. Parenting and conditioning is the process of modifying a person, preparing or training a person, shaping the person to a particular way. So we'll have a mental conditioning. We'll have a psychological and emotional conditioning that makes us see things the way we do, that makes us think the way we do. Our minds have been conditioned to see money this way. Our minds have been conditioned to see women this way. Your mind has been conditioned to see people from a particular place in a particular way. So however you act or respond to things, to life, is a result of your conditioning. Which is why people in the journey of discovery in life, for me, life is a journey of discovery. You're discovering things, you're finding yourself, you're discovering new things, you're learning, you're exploring, unlearning, relearning, and it never ends. Right? It never ends. So for some people in their journey, as a journey through life, they get to realize that some of these conditioning are not good for them. They're not healthy. They're wrong. They're bad. They're fallacious. And so what do? They recondition their minds. That's why we can have the poverty mentality and the rich man's mentality. Rich dad, poor dad. You get the jerk. You get the gist, rather. So, what are we saying? The issue of the usage of phones and the age of the child has time and time again been an issue of debate and for some persons concern. In every family right now who is well-to-do, they of course want to get one gadget for the child. It's either an iPad, a tab, or a phone, which is basically for games, right? For games. And you have the power, you have the ability, the phone. Every gadget comes with parental control. So you can actually set parental control to the device that your child uses, irrespective of the age or age group. But again, many would argue you can only control what they see around you. You cannot control what they see when they're outside you. But do you know what? That what guides your child when they are not around you is what you have put into them, or what you did not put into them. If you did not inculcate in them firm values, if your values are not firm enough on them to hold them strong when something else comes, sweeping them off, they will be swept off. They will be swept off. They have to be holding on to something. So if they don't have anything strong from where they are coming, they would adapt to this new ideology, new system, new values, mention it, that they see. And that's where the deviation comes, and you begin to wonder, this child, oh, you, this child, blah, 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 and all of that. So, and that also have to do with understanding each child, because you can't raise child A the way you raise child B. Child A will not learn the way child B learned. So parenting has a lot of psychological work to do, a lot of emotional intelligence, a lot of work to do. It's more than just reproducing and providing for them. No. That's where nurturing, training comes in, knowing them, understanding them. Now to the issue on ground. Some parents in River State have decried the high rate of uncensored content that their children and wards are exposed to through their cell phones. Doesn't have to be a smartphone. You don't have to, just as long as you just have phone. Oh my Lord. The devil will just be moving around, like a roaring lion seeking for whom to devour. And so once you find phone anywhere, it just finds your phone and boom, it's onto it. You don't need to have access to the internet. Oh my God. Unless you don't know what is happening in this generation. So we have decried the rate of uncensored content that the children and wards are exposed to through their cell phones, saying this contributes immensely to the moral decline, the moral decadence in society. The use of cell phones and access to, or which provides them access to information, both censored and uncensored, has contributed immensely to moral decadence in society. True or not? How do you agree with that? Well, that's it on. This woman that I was telling you about, that I spoke about, a 15-year-old son whose phone she seized after discovering that He was engaged in different immoral activities. Oh, Lord. If only you knew what some of these children actually do with the phone that you give to them. Oh, dear Lord. It's either you recondition their minds, you start retraining them, retraining them, or you retrain them. There are not two options about it. Because for me, I believe that it all lies in all I've explained earlier. You can't do better than what you know. And nature harbors vacuum. If my cup is already full, I don't see what is coming to fill it again. So if you have filled the cup of your child with the right knowledge, what is good, what is bad. Now, by the right knowledge, this means you are telling them what is good and why it is good. That's the problem. We share incomplete knowledge too often. Either an incomplete knowledge or a wrong knowledge, and you cannot build a system like that. You cannot raise a family on incomplete knowledge. They will derail because they will begin to ask questions eventually. And when they begin to see things that entice their minds, that tickles their fancy, they would want to find out more. And we understand how the human mind can be really inquisitive a lot of the time, right? Especially to certain kind of information or knowledge. So, if a child was using a phone, and of course you know how annoying these ads can be sometimes, then again, Google, the internet, would subsequently pop up to you content that relates to sites you have visited. So the kind of push notifications you receive from your browser is owing to the kind of sites that you visited. So if you want to know the kind of site that somebody actually visits, check their push notifications. You can actually tell. You can actually tell. And there are times that these browsers can be rude sometimes, and they'll just send you, especially when you're trying to open a particular site, and they just redirect you to somewhere that I don't understand. What's going on here? You know. But you can delete and stop such notification from popping up. And that can only happen with somebody whose mind has been trained and conditioned to reject that kind of information. So once the mind has not been properly trained, chances are that the person would want to dig. And the more it's digging, the more things are going haywire. And before you know it, oh Lord, it's gone. Now, she didn't end there. She went on to say that children should not be allowed access to a phone until they are 18 and above. Children should not be allowed access to a phone until they are 18 and above. I mean, there has been debates over this issue time and time again, and I think we should just address it, perhaps once and for all, or whatever the case, 18 and above. A child must be 18 years before they are allowed access to a phone. But I'm wondering, Is it the access to a phone that's the problem? Is it also the kind of content that they get that's the problem? Or the foundation that they are built on? The foundation on which they are built? Well, the school of thought would argue, say that, well, knowledge, information matters. The kind of information you feed on matters. Of course it does matter. That's why we have to feed them with the positive information, complete information. When we've been able to feed them enough with the positive information, when any other information that doesn't align to what they've been fed in, they would automatically repel. Or don't you agree? The reason why a child will pick up a phone and want to go to an adult-rated site, or want to go do certain dirty things with his phone, it's because he finds that thing intriguing. He finds that thing enticing. He wants to, he enjoys, he has developed some sort of pleasure in that thing, which actually was developed owing to a lack of knowledge, a loophole in knowledge. On the other hand, there are the ones who want to try things out. They've been hearing about this and they're really rather now they want to try it out. Exactly my point again. It depends on what you are telling them and what you are focusing on when you are training your children. What you focus on expands. It's just like saying you want to get rich, you want to get rich, you want to raise a system, and then you keep focusing on your problems. You'll keep seeing your problems, and they'll keep looking bigger than you. They will. Moving on. 18 years and above is when a child should use a phone, says this parent. But would it change anything? If a child is only allowed access to a phone at 18 years, would it change anything? Just like they'll say, child who won't spoil will still spoil. I mean, would it actually change anything in society? Would it stop them from going haywire if actually something has been lacking? Will it stop them from accessing the uncensored information? Would it stop them from becoming what you do not want them to become? I don't think that age should be a determinant factor as to when a child uses a phone. On the other hand, why is 18 years the legal age to start with? Why is 15, 13, 9 an age where you can't make decisions for yourself? You're not allowed to do a lot of things, if not everything, on your own. Well, for me, it's simply because that's your period of conditioning. That's your period of grooming to maturity. Even though the journey to maturity does not end. There's a point you get to and we can nod our head and say you're ready. But is age a determinant factor of that? Well, it is supposed to be. I do not think it's not. It is. It just depends on, it's just certain individuals that do not want to grow as their age is growing. As they are aging, they just don't want to grow. So, it is believed that, I mean, when you're trying to mold something, you're trying to condition something, you shouldn't expose that thing to unhealthy lifestyle, to unhealthy information. right? Until you've completely molded that person, until the person has fully understood the information you've been feeding him or her with. Then you can now say, okay, the person can now decide, okay, can now be able to withstand, because it's a process and they want to understand everything as it comes. It takes time and certain experiences. So perhaps at the age of 18, they can now withstand certain things that come their way as to do with information. Hence, this lady say that 18 years is when a child should start using a mobile phone. I'm asking you tonight, what age is actually right to give your child a phone? What age? Should a child be allowed access to a phone only from the age of 18 in today's society? Only from the age of 18, no matter the phone. Or the child can be using, depending on the age. That's what I'm asking. So what age? You could just give the child, a cell phone that doesn't have access to, the internet for call's sake. Or you could get the child a tag or an iPad and censor it. Or you could just use the phone and for internet sake, perhaps for schoolwork. But besides that, what would the child be doing with a smartphone at an early age? Aside the things that concerns his or her education. Well, let's hear from you tonight as a parent. How much of moral decadence has the usage of phones actually contributed to society? What age is right to give your child a phone? 0817-000-0951, 0810-951-0951. The message portal remains 0701-933-9962. Oh, I lost that one. Hello, good evening.
Hello, Gloria Kati.
Yeah.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Thank you. My name is Muriel, South Africa woman.
You're very welcome.
Thank you, Gloria. Gloria, you see, these children, even at the age of, especially those that attend private schools, you see that when they give them homeworks, they have to come home and use your phones. Our phones. In other words, they have access to phones early. But when you mean at what age do they maybe own their own phones? I think as a student, immediately they enter into the university, they should be given a phone. Trust me, they need it because of their education. Assuming there are schools that maybe have computers everywhere, because they come on every day. They use their phones for assignments, for research. They can't do without their phones. So I think when they get into the university, as they get into the university, they need phones. Now, when it comes to morals, Gloria, you see, parents, there is something parents are. I've watched some parents, I've seen parents watch televisions, watch Telemundo, they watch Nollywood movies with their children. So, when you watch those things with your children, I wonder what you want to tell them. The other day, one day I visited a place and we're waiting to see the person who wants to see. People were just sitting at the reception waiting. And this little girl, I don't know, it's like her mom works in that place. And she was the one controlling the television in front of at the reception where adults were. Immediately they took light and never brought light back. She just went straight and changed the channel straight to African Magic Epic. And they were showing her, was it greatest something desires. I told her, I said, please, remove that thing, you're not supposed to. She said, they are watching it in the distance. She was not paying attention. Watching it, I said, so how do parents begin to train their children. It's a big problem. When you say there are some children that grew up in some areas where, especially in Geo, town, waterside, and they come out good, I've seen too. But it takes a lot of work, especially your children will not, those children, trust me, they don't come out, they don't communicate. In fact, they don't play with all the other children outside. It's impossible if your children come out and play with those children, trust me, they will be abusive. In my area, students, your mama, in fact, the kind of words you hear outside, just outside, is so frightening. If you want to, these days now, in those days we play together, we run together, we laugh, but these days, if you want to instill morals in your children, you have to keep them within your fence. Because if you take them outside, what is happening is so serious. Even in my children's school, in primary schools, trust me, we have seen in primary school, little children, JS1, JS2, they go to the back of the fence and they are doing homosexuality, they are practicing and lesbianism. Little children, JS1, JS2. So what is happening is so serious. And we need, in fact, we need to be put on the right path.
Thank you very much. Hello, good evening.
Yes, good evening, Gloria.
Yeah.
Yes, my name is Francis, calling from Ambi.
Francis, you're welcome.
Yeah. On the issue on the ground, it's not bad to give children phone earlier because of what the last caller said and their school activities. But let me tell you what corrupts some children while growing up. When I was little, something happened. My elder brother, every night he would be watching pornography movies when we are asleep. So he would thought that all of us are asleep. While me, I am not asleep. And I will be watching, pretending that I'm sleeping. So you see, this is one of the things that causes such things. And again, parents too. Some of them also do cause it. Parents that they live in one room or one self-contained. At the time, they were told that their children is sleeping before they start their husband and wife night duty. You understand what I mean now? So, when they thought that their children are sleeping, some of them might not be sleeping. Or some of them will thought that this child is a little. She or he will not understand what is going on. So all those things are one of the things that corrupt those children.
So you're saying it's not the access to phones or the internet?
Not always access to phone. And sometimes too, if you give a child phone, you can put parental locking to not to get access to some sites.
All right, thank you very much. Hello, good evening.
Hello there, Francis.
Yeah. I can hear you.
All these, I've said it before. Well, I've thought before. My name is Wellington Astonka.
Go ahead.
Teachers have just 30%, parents have 70%. And some persons are not looking at it. Glory be to my uncles, I thank them very much. See, you don't need to give a child a phone to communicate. The essence of communication is information. And the kind of information you get might likely improve you or destroy you. The best thing to do for that child is to get the child a laptop. Once you have laptop, you get data to that laptop model. You can be able to monitor this child.
How do you get a laptop and modem for the child, and you're able to monitor him and?
Let me tell you. I know if I want to monitor in my system, there are memories I'll put in that system. Whatever you want to download or what will go straight to my memory. It's stored in my system. There is what we call programming. When you go to this thing, this is what we call programming. In 200, 300 level. This programming will enable you to, once you download something, you will go to my memory. I will know what you must have downloaded, what you must have uploaded. It's a simple methodology. It's just simple. So what did you add?
Mr. Wellington.
Right.
I mean, why? That's like the issue of prevention and cure. Prevention is better than how do they say that in English? Prevention is better than cure, right? Okay. How about you condition the child in such a way that the child does not even visit any site or content that is not related to him? For me, I feel that for the child to be visiting other content, to be consuming other content, is a lack of something. A lack of something. Something is missing from the side of the parents. And if you can control that in your space, what if when the child goes out, it means you're actually exposing the child to even more outside there? So how about you condition your child in such a way that you prevent him? Like, his mind is so conditioned in such a way, he cannot. And it's possible because I've seen it and I was raised that way. You cannot do this. I mean, that's a safer way to even raise a child.
It's possible. It's possible. What you're saying is possible. Now, it depends on the mental, I call it mental psychological building of that parent. How you communicate with your child, what to talk, when to talk, how to talk, and where to talk. So it enables the child to understand that at this point in time, if my father says this is going to happen, and if he says this is no time, it's going to be. And where is he going to say it? He's going to tarnish my image. These are principles governing your home. That's what they say, charity begins at our home.
All right then. All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Wellington. I'm so sorry. Had to let you go there because of time. 95.1 FM. Good evening.
Hello, good evening, Gloria Kapi.
Good evening.
My name is Onu Samuel, calling from Port Harcourt.
It's good to have you, Onu Samuel. You're welcome.
Thank you. Gloria Kapi, let's tell ourselves the truth. The 21st century parents we have today have failed. They said the way you dress your bed, that is how you're going to lie on it. Now, I will tell you the reason why most of these young teenagers or grown-up kids are behaving the way they are behaving. If your age care or in school, someone inflicts you that is not part of your family, you understand? It can be, the child can come out of it. But if it's something that he got from his parents, this is the kind of life they lived, it takes that child to be born again for that child to be transformed, because that was the lifestyle the parents, either the mother or the father lived. And you think you can overcome such thing by yourself? No. And that is why, as a parent, hello?
I can hear you.
As a parent, if you live a particular pattern of lifestyle when you were in school or whatever, it takes divine intervention for your kids to come out differently in terms of behavior. That is just it. There is no two ways at all. Most of the 21st century parents we are today, they have lapses when they were growing up, and that has negatively influenced the life of their children. That is the problem. If you get a phone for your son, you will take that gadget to computer literates, those that know how to put restriction in such pornographic activities in the internet. They will put those restrictions even when the child goes through the Google and types so thing, that thing cannot pop up because it has been restricted. But because they know what they are doing, they feel that they are doing the right thing, just buy phone and give to the child. The child, whichever thing you type, that thing will come up.
All right.
That is it. That is it. Because I pity the society, because the kind of parents we have today, they feel
take the attention to money making rather than paying attention to the growth and the well-being of the children.
All right, then. Thank you very much, Honor Samuel. Hello, good evening.
Hello, Gloria.
Yeah.
Good evening. I'm listening to the topic on it.
Sorry, what's your name and where are you calling from?
This is Okuraga, I'm calling you from Aba.
All right, you're welcome. Go ahead.
You have spoken about parenting. Sometimes we parents make a lot of mistakes. Not particularly because when for two to work together, there must be a compromise. Can you hear me?
Can hear you. Go ahead.
Yeah. So when you talk about training a child, sometimes there's an age a child will reach. It's not possible to. In fact, it's impossible to tell the child what to do. Rather, you instruct him. You get me? But sometimes it's not the problem of the parents, mostly the mothers. I thank God you said the mother was not happy with the child, where the child was given. Because it was a borrowed character, not the lifestyle of the parents. That is it. But from the beginning, the child was exposed to something which he is not used to, outside his mother's knowledge. And that was the problem. So that is why when the more closer you are to your children, there's no way you monitor your child when you are not close to him. Isn't it? So the more closer you are, they like they behave, then you give them corrections. That is what you do to at least an adolescent, a teenager. You don't need any longer, you either correct him, put him in order, lie him to the truth.
All right, then. Thank you very much. Hello, good evening.
Hello, good evening, Gloria.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm Chris, calling from Port Harcourt.
You're welcome, Chris. Go ahead.
Yeah. For me, I'm looking at it from another angle. Because these days, we even want our children to do better than us, to know everything. In fact, if it was possible for a child of 8 years to finish university, most of us have done it, and all of that. But now, supposing this child know everything, will we make that child a bad child? Sometimes I look at it from that angle. Because I don't think that if you know something early, then that thing will destroy you. I don't think so. Instead, you will learn from that thing and become perfect. But when you go and learn this thing at the time when you are supposed to know this thing, that is where you have problems.
Life is in stages, as they say, and men are in sizes. And that's the reason we have levels of education. There are certain things you cannot expose. That's why we have rated content, censored content. There are certain things, certain information you cannot expose to a child. The reason is because the mind of that child is not mature enough to contain that information, to handle that information. So that information, rather than making the child, would mar the child.
Don't you think we are in a denial? You are just doing it, but in the real sense, you are not doing it.
All right, thank you very much. Hello, good evening.
Yeah, good evening, Gloria.
Yeah, Honorable Chris, you're welcome.
Yeah. Let me say this thing. I will blame the parents, both the father and the mother. During our own time, who dare you that your dad will off the television, ask nobody not to touch it? You are going there to on the television to watch. Let me tell you something. I deal on phones and the laptop. Most of the parents, mothers. Have you noticed that some women deliberately give their child phone? Give her, so that she will stop crying. You see your private phone. Most of this phone, let me tell you, I deal on phones. Most of the women's and the adult phones, if I open it and see most of it, see, There's no how you can deny a doctor. A doctor owns your body at times. So I'm a doctor. So most of the things that I see at times in some married women's phones that is not supposed to be a married, all those things doing in your phone openly. And you do bring those phones out to give your little daughter. My very self at times, there is a time that you start going through on your phone. If there's something that you see your body, if not the type of maybe human being you are in Christ, your body will move chocolates of kids that cannot control. So, to me, mothers, you people should at least train up our children the way they're supposed to. I say I deal on.
Why are you saying mothers? It's not the work of the mother. It's the work of the mother and the father.
Yeah, mother and the father, parents. I say I deal on electronic, I deal on phones and laptop. I say most of the things, if you lock your phone, the next person to you is your doctor. If anything happens to you, you can't tell your doctor that you've not done something. That doctor knows everything about it. So to me, I normally see on married women's phones and people that are married men. It's not encouraging to be there.
All right. Thank you very much, Honorable Chris. All right, I'll do this message here. It says, "Good evening, Lady Gloria, Evangelist Onyedika Chiamadi from Obiteche at Obiteche." All right. For me, corruption and inordinate behavior is not a matter of age limit, but how a child is being sternly trained from the childhood. In other hand, should we assume that an 18-year child is licensed for all manner of inordinate behavior? No, that is grossly an aberration of moral conduct. I suggest that the kind of phones an adolescent child use should be regulated by the government of every nation, from the primary school, secondary, and tertiary institutions. May God save the teenagers of this generation. Amen. Thank you, Mr. Evangelist Onyedikachi. This one says, Gloria, 80% of parents are the cause of the ugly behaviors of children today. Parents need to caution themselves. Olulu. All right. Hello, good evening.
Good evening.
Yeah.
My name is Chiwendo, calling from Rumofas.
You're welcome.
Now, let me just take a man and a woman, husband and wife, born 3 children, and then train these 3 children, and 2 decide to live a good life like their mother and their father, and the one decide to live a bad life. What are you going to blame? Now, you see that sometimes they look this training of a child in a way go grow, go depart. Sometimes they involve God, because both of us, nobody train us. We still make a good choice. We still live well. We still get respect. But today, we see some child, their father, their mother, good, caution them, when they go do what they're not supposed to do. And I always say, God help us, for this time around, what are very experiencing in our own time. See, how many times I sit down in my father's parlor and watch television? Are you crazy? But today, well, no one. Let us involve God to train children.
Right, thank you very much. What age is right to give your child a phone? Alright, in case you're just joining us, it's Opinion Poll, live here on Today 95.1 FM. And this is what we are discussing tonight. access to phones for our children, and moral decadence in society. What's the relationship? Seven 08170000951 08173400951 or 08109510951 08109510951. You can still do an SMS or WhatsApp message to 0701 933 9962 0701 933 9962. Would it be an issue of age or a matter of when you feel the child is good to go to handle a phone? When you feel that, okay, now it's the right time, perhaps, maybe when the child wants to get into school, like the university, or when you feel that the child can now handle certain situations, or you feel that you have reproduced what you intended. Like the morals, values have well been absorbed by this child, and you can practically see it manifesting in this child. And you know that the child now has a repellent rather, to some kind of information. You now come on that birthday of his or hers, you just gift him or her a phone. And the child screams in all joy, hugs you as the last year you would see. What do you say? One more call, if it comes now, and I will wrap up the conversation. Zero 0817-000-0951, 0817-300-0951, or 0810-951-0951, 010-951-0951. Oh, I lost that one. Okay, this is where I say my bye-byes. Thank you so much, so very much for being a part of tonight's conversation. I've had a really swell time with you. All right, do your best possible to make sure that you're raising an asset to society and not the other way around. My name is Gloria Kati. The World News comes up next. Do not go anywhere. We are still your premium talk news and sports station. Today, 95.1 FM. I'll be here again tomorrow, 9 p.m. to 10 p.m. Keep the dials locked.
This is Today 95.1 FM. To copy this tune, press 9.
This is Today 95.1 FM.
For current news and information, press 5.
They are politicians, all of them. They know what they do.
So they know how they attack each other.
To stay connected all day, press 1.
The person who raised the alarm is the one who made the public know about.
Good afternoon and welcome to the World News on your premium talk radio station.
We are your premium talk radio station. Today 95.1 FM. The station with a unique dial.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM. Every day, every hour, when the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today, 95.1 FM. Whether it's happening in Port Harcourt, South, Nigeria, or around the world, we've got you covered. On air, online, delivering balanced news and unbiased analysis. Today, 95.1 FM.
This is Today 95.1 FM. Port Harcourt.
It's 10 o'clock. Good evening. This is the World News on your premium talk radio. Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. I am Gloria Caribbean Tumbury. We start with the headlines. Senate says INEC will not be excused for failing to conduct credible elections. Vice President Yemi Osinbajo says corruption should not be seen as peculiar to Nigeria. Governor Nyesom Wike says 2023 general elections will be determined by citizens. On the foreign scene, Serbian President Aleksandar Vučić condemns Russian mercenary force for trying to recruit soldiers. Now, the details. President Muhammadu Buhari has written to the Senate for confirmation of the reappointment of 7 members of the Independent Corrupt Practices Commission. The letter for the confirmation of the commissioners, dated January 3, 2023, was read at today's plenary by the Senate President Ahmad Lawan. In the letter, President Buhari also expressed hope that the Senate will consider and confirm the appointment in its usual expeditious manner. The Senate says the Independent National Electoral Commission would not be excused for failure to be credible in the conduct of the forthcoming general elections. The Red Chamber disclosed that the funds and materials required to have seamless elections have been provided by the executive in partnership with the legislature. Senate President Ahmad Lawan also at plenary charged the electoral umpire to ensure that the conduct of the elections would be less controversial and acceptable to a greater majority of Nigerians, irrespective of their different political persuasions. Lawan further said security agencies have promised to establish a hitch-free electoral environment for the electorate to exercise their franchise. He therefore urged Nigerians to leverage the window of collection of permanent voters' cards as stated by INEC to collect them for the exercise of the franchise. He explained that the 2023 election was planned to redefine the future of the country as voters are prepared to elect leaders to various positions from national to state levels. Meanwhile, the chairman of the Independent National Electoral Commission, Professor Mahmoud Yakubu, says the electoral body has concluded a policy on diaspora voting. Addressing the recurrent issues around legalizing diaspora voting, the INEC chairman expressed hope that the legal obstacles preventing foreign-based Nigerians from voting will be cleared eventually. Yakubu disclosed this while delivering a lecture at Chatham House in London today on the topic Nigeria's 2023 elections, preparations and priorities for electoral integrity and inclusion. The INEC boss explained that the Commission worked with Nigerians in diaspora organizations within the United Kingdom and in the United States. He said the Commission only acts in accordance with the electoral legal framework, which remains the main reason why it cannot implement diaspora voting at present as much as its leadership would like to. Vice President Yamiu Simbajo says corruption should not be seen as something peculiar to Nigeria. Simbajo, who said this while delivering a lecture at an event in Abeokuta, Ogun State, stressed that Nigeria will fail completely if the leaders do not accept and implement what he termed an ethical revolution to bring about the needed change in the country. The Vice President also stressed that the government must lead the ethical revolution by rewarding good ethical behaviors and ensuring speedy punishment for misconduct, while asking Nigerians to expunge the view that corruption is only synonymous with Nigeria. Osimbajo said no modern society is free of corruption. He called for elite consensus, asking the political elites, the religious elites, and the business elites to agree that the country will fail completely if they do not accept and implement an ethical revolution. Osimbajo further called on educational institutions to inculcate the value of honesty, diligence, and hard work, respect, trustworthiness, discipline, and integrity in the students so as to raise youths with the right thinking. The presidential candidate of the People's Democratic Party, Atiku Abubakar, has accused the All Progressives Congress-led government in Ekiti State of stepping down vehicular movement in the state capital because of his campaign that held in the state today. Atiko alleged that the Ekiti state government created artificial fuel scarcity to frustrate his campaign in the state. He, however, thanked the PDP faithful in the state for coming out in their numbers to the campaign ground despite the transportation challenge.
Some people said we were not going to see anybody in Ekiti. We now realize what they meant was to cripple public transportation in Ado Ekiti today. Not only in Ado Ekiti, but the whole of Ekiti state. Again, they didn't stop there. They caused an artificial scarcity of petroleum products so that even if you have your motorcycle, you have your own car, you cannot move, simply so that they don't allow you to come here. But you brave all their challenges. When I came into this arena, I almost shed tears of joy.
The Igbo Apex Socio-Cultural Organization, Ohanis Ndigbo, has called on governors in the southeast to support their Anambra counterpart, Professor Chukwuma Soludo, in the call for the release of Nnamdi Kanu by the federal government. Vice President of Ohanis Ndigbo, Damian Okeke Ogene, in a press statement, said the release of the leader of the indigenous people of Biafra would arrest the unrest in the zone. Okeke Ogene called on other stakeholders in the zone to also support efforts to release Kanu and restore stability in Igbo land. He noted that collective efforts of the governors would help tackle the challenges confronting the region. River State Governor Yinson Wike says the outcome of the 2023 general elections will be determined by the people. Governor Wike, who spoke at the campaign ground of the People's Democratic Party at Omagwa in Ikwiri local government area of the state, said no security operative will be able to interfere during the coming election. He called on the people of the party in the state to resist intimidation from anybody, saying nobody can tell the people of River State what to do. On his choice of presidential candidate, Governor Wike again promised that at the appropriate time, the person will be revealed.
No army will come to do any no Saturday will come to do any no police will do anything here. Now it's one man, one vote. One man, one vote. One man, the other one we are concluding. When we conclude, you will be told. Nobody should intimidate you. Nobody should tell you any story. We are freeborn of this country. We are not second-class citizens. Nobody can tell us anything. I dare them. Let anybody do any funny thing, we'll tell them they were for River State.
River State Commissioner of Police Okonefyong has charged youth leaders in the state to go back to the various communities and ensure that youths in the areas shun cultism and other forms of social vices. CPF Yongu made the call during an interactive session with youth groups under the platform of River State Youth Leaders Coalition in the state. Also charged them to ensure that the 2023 general elections are peaceful in the state. SAP appealed to the youth to work closely with the police, especially before, during and after the general elections, as he advised them to resist being used as thugs by desperate politicians.
Too many of our youth have gotten involved in cultism. Yet, gentlemen and ladies, cultism does not pay. There is a possibility that you may be used and be easily dumped. To that extent, therefore, refuse to be political mercenary. If your life is not meaningful to you, definitely your life is meaningful to your parents. Definitely your life is meaningful to your family. Definitely your life is meaningful to your community. Because you may well be the next traditional ruler in your community. Every youth is a potential king. After all, you are chairman. You can be the next royal majesty in your community. And at that time, everybody will bow when it comes to you. So why destroy your future now?
CP Okonefyong, while warning that the general elections must be violence-free, also cautioned the politicians to allow opposition parties campaign freely.
I want us to resolve in this meeting that we are approaching the next election on the basis of fairness, on the basis of security for everyone. I've insisted severally in several fora that everybody in this state must be allowed an opposition to campaign. We've not gotten there yet, but certainly we must get there. If you say you're popular, go to the field. Many things were destroyed. But several years down the line, those who were perhaps part of this crisis apologize to themselves. Now, beyond the apology, what happened to those who were named?
The chairman of the River State Youth Leaders Coalition, Legbosi Yamabana, who spoke on behalf of the youth group, said it is the vision of the youths to see River State to be peaceful before, during, and after general elections.
As youth leaders across the states, we have decided to support and collaborate with the police under your watch to ensure that a peaceful, progressive, and crime-free River State is possible. This is another election year. We were all witnesses to what happened during the 2019 general elections in this state. Our dear River State was almost turned into a theater of war, and we do not want a repeat of the ugly experience we had in 2019 in this state.
Today FM's Uchendu Ejuwo reports that youth groups under the platform of River State River State Youth Leaders Coalition were present in the meeting, which held at the police officers' mess, Forces Avenue, GRA, Port Harcourt. This is the World News on Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt. Voice of the People. After the short break, we'll bring you more news, port and foreign stories. Stay tuned.
Every day, every hour, when the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today, 95.1 FM.
A warm welcome back to the World News. Many thanks for staying tuned. The news continues. The Independent Petroleum Marketers Association of Nigeria has blamed the persisting fuel scarcity and increase in its price on the Nigerian National Petroleum Company. IPMAN alleged that the NNPC is prioritizing the supply of fuel to private tank farm owners rather than independent petroleum marketers. The vice chairman of IPMAN in River State, Tochukwu Dominic, in an interview with Today FM's Uchendu Ejuwo, noted that IPMAN is supposed to get direct supply of petroleum products from NNPC at government-regulated price of 148 naira per litre, and not from private tank farms. Dominic explained that buying products from private tank farms leaves them at the mercy of private depot owners, making customers to suffer. He further explained that the price of petrol will not reduce if members of IPMAN continue to buy from private depots.
we, the independent marketers, are supposed to be getting this product directly from NNPC at government-regulated price of about 148 naira something, which will enable us sell to the public at government-regulated prices. But in a situation where independent marketers cannot source this product directly from NNPC, and they have gone to bank to borrow money in order to run their service stations, they are left with no option than to source for this product from anywhere as to remain active in their business, to be able to meet up with responsibilities, which includes payment of salaries, servicing of loan, and maintenance of machines and equipment.
Meanwhile, the Petroleum Product Retail Outlet Owners Association of Nigeria has resolved to sell petrol to customers between 219 naira and 300 naira per litre due to the difference in depot supplies. The decision of Petron follows what it alleged to be the sale of petroleum products to petroleum marketers above the government-approved price. The decision of Petron follows what it alleged to be the sale of petroleum products to petroleum marketers above the government-approved price by private depot owners. Petron therefore urged the federal government to increase its supply of petroleum products to its members to address the persistent scarcity of fuel in River State and the nation. State Chairman of Petron, Francis Dimpa, while speaking during an extraordinary emergency meeting held at its secretariat in Port Harcourt, stressed the need for the regulatory authorities to prevail on fuel depots to sell products at government-approved price. He further spoke against selling fuel to those he described as middlemen rather than supplying directly to its members.
We are soliciting the regulatory authorities to leave the market woman alone and go straight to the importers or smugglers or whosoever. In other words, we are saying the retailers are not the problem here. Go down to the depot and ensure that these depots sell directly to us at the price you have said they should sell to us. If this is done, we assure you that we are also going to make sure that the price of retail is out. Whosoever that sells the throw to the middlemen should be made to stop selling to the middlemen, sell directly to Petron members. In presence of everybody here, therefore, to make them reason with us, we are appealing for them to please, for now, allow us a lower limit of 280 naira and upper limit of 300 naira.
The state chairman of Petron, while commending the Department of State Services for promptly intervening in most Petron matters, also called on the security agency to arrest touts whose activities endanger the smooth operations.
We are collectively appreciating and thanking the Director of State Services for their timely intervention in averting what have become another industrial action in this state by oil marketers, oil retailers, and oil operators. Because we have noticed that one time, two times, not even more than once in River State, some infiltrators will always come in and they will borrow the services of misinforming one agency or the other, and it will lead to chaos in River State, and one institution or the other will go on strike and will go back to Old Kent Road. It happened some time ago. Some other infiltrators who went to call army and they went to the depot, it led to strike.
The Community Development Committee Chairman of Rumodumaya Community in Obiakwa Local Government Area of River State, Arias Ibirindu, has denied allegations by some youths in the community that he sold land belonging to the community. Ibirindu, who put a disclaimer to the allegation, noted that his office as the CDC chairman of the community is only administrative and therefore he has no authority to sell community land to anyone. The Rumodumaya CDC chairman, in an interview with Today FM's Ifunanya Obime Ndukwe, explained that some people had approached the community to buy a land, but they were turned down by the traditional leaders of the community. Eberento also stated that the Royal Highness of Rumodumaya community had already explained to the youths who are agitated over the purported sale of the said land, but were clarified that the leaders have no plans of selling the land.
I'm not aware that they sold the land. It's not even my duty to sell a land. That is a custodian right instead of the chief and elders. What I am is the administrative body of the community. So I'm surprised that some group of persons went on air accusing me, and I'm not happy with it. I think from my information yesterday, they went to meet Renes. Renes has even explained to them that he don't have any intention of selling land. That the chief and elders and the administrators don't have intention of selling land there. That the people that came, that they are factory people, that they would like to lease a land or buy a land in the community. That will also enable us to employ our people. Everybody wants good things. And when they went there, the place is not okay. So the chief and elders said no, that they won't sell the place. All of a sudden, to say that it's a sabotage. Somebody went to put pillar in the night. The next morning, and when they said that, hey, that he saw pillar and no pillar and old pillar.
The Rumodmaya CDC chairman further called on his accusers to refute the allegations against him or face legal charges. Today FM reports that some youths in Rumodmaya community had in the news in some media houses accused the CDC chairman of Rumodmaya, Aries Imbirindu, of selling the community land to some people. The National Coordinator of Frontiers for Peace and Unity. The National Coordinator of Frontiers for Peace and Unity, Ambassador Ikalama Owas, has commended the people of Ichie local government area for their support for the All Progressives Congress in the state. Ambassador Owas spoke during APC campaign in Ichie, where she urged APC members in the area to embark on ward-to-ward campaign to bring more people into the APC ahead of February 25th and March 11th elections. The National Coordinator of FPU also used the opportunity to commend the governorship candidate of APC, Patrick Tonyo Cole, and members of his family for the empowerment to different groups and individuals from Rivers West Senatorial District. She called on the people to come out en masse on election days and vote for all the APC candidates for better and prosperous River State. Olas also disclosed that the campaign train of APC will move to Ikwiri local government area on the 18th of January 2023.
APC, Eshe, they are really ready for this election. Crowd I saw there was something else. I couldn't believe that we still have members like this. They really showed hope. So my message is they should keep it up. They should keep their good works, because what I saw there is something else. I can't be able to mention it, but meaning they are ready for this election. They should keep it up and they should go out and still mobilize, still go out for their door-to-door campaign, because it's our PVC that we can be able to stand for the election. Whatever they need to do, they should go out and still do it. And also, I would like to congratulate and appreciate His Excellency Architect Toyinko and his family for the empowerment being given to the disabled, widows, churches, less privileged.
Speaking in an interview with Today FM's Uchenzu Ejuo, the State Secretary of FPU, Thango Dokana, while boasting that Ichie is 100% APC, expressed optimism that APC will take over River State Government House come May 2023.
Let me first congratulate the Ichie people for being very proactive and for their massive support for APC. The outcome of today's rally is very encouraging, and I want to believe that HA is 100% APC. My message to Rivers people is to open their eyes and see the difference among the candidates that are contesting the election this year. And profiling them all, the best is Architect Pastor Tony Patrick Cole for governorship of Rivers State. We shall be at Shokbo, Ikwere local government rally to continually support APC as a party and all their candidates.
On the very scene, Serbian President Alexandra Vučić has condemned Russian mercenary force Wagner for trying to recruit soldiers from his country after the group ran a local media advertisement for Serbs to fight in Ukraine. Vučić slammed Russia's website and social media groups for publishing advertisement in the Serbian language, in which the Wagner group calls on volunteers to join ranks. The controversial advertisement appeared earlier this month in the Russian state media outlet RT Serbian affiliate. The Serbian legislature had earlier banned the participation of its citizens in conflicts abroad, and several people have been sentenced for doing so. In sports, Manchester United Football Club is lining up a bumper offer for Super Eagles and Napoli striker star Victor Osimhen in the summer. Ten Hag has identified Osimhen as a target and will want to bring the Nigeria international to the Premier League next season. But the 24-year-old, who has been valued at 150 million euros, said he is focused on helping Napoli win the title and has asked his agent to postpone any talks regarding his future until June. That's it on the World News at this hour on Today 95.1 FM. To end your news, here is a summary of the major stories. The senator said INEC will not be excused for failing to conduct credible elections. Vice President Yemil Simbajo said corruption should not be seen as something peculiar to Nigeria. We told you that Governor Nyesom Wike has said the outcome of 2023 election will be determined by citizens. On the foreign scene, you also heard that Serbian President Aleksandar Vučić has condemned Russian mercenary force for trying to recruit soldiers from its country. That was the news as edited by Stella Sasongu. For comments and inquiries, please call 081-838-92850. Send your emails to news@todayfmlive.com. You can also read our stories on www.todayfmlive.com. I am Gloria Karibi Tombray. Good evening. Many thanks for listening.
Today's news, today's entertainment, today's sports, today's issues. Today on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
This is Today 95.1 FM. To copy this tune, press 9.
This is Today 95.1 FM.
For current news and information, press 5.
They are politicians, all of them. They know what they do.
So they know how they attack each other.
To stay connected all day, press 1.
The person who raised the alarm is the one who made the public know about
Good afternoon and welcome to the World News on your premium talk radio station.
We are your premium talk radio station. Today 95.1 FM. The station with a unique dial.
Officer, take. Officer, give me number. No time. Ma, they match am, they go.
What? You driving the officer of the law? You need arrest. Let me see your papers. You can go. They're in order. Drive safe, okay?
I don't understand though. No be the same country again. Officer reject bribe. They arrested me yesterday. That yesterday, I go do my papers. See as I pass now. I pass without fear. You too, make you do wetin dey right. For we country to better, it dey for we hand. If you like, do like say you no hear am. To give or to take bribe, na offense.
No, I don't hear am, Abi. You hear am too, Abi. You hear am. You hear am well. They themselves, they hear am. Now the voice of the people. Let him bring this message give me. Today 95.1 FM. Now we be the voice of the people.
.1 FM, voice of the people.
And we're back.
BBC World Service, I'm Audrey Brown in London with Focus on Africa. The human cost of the war in Tigray, one of the negotiators says up to 600,000 people could have died in the 2-year-long conflict. Around 50 women have been abducted by militants in the north of Burkina Faso, and the impact on businesses of ever-increasing power outages in South Africa.
The street is like dead. Everyone goes home. And if you have noticed, most of the shops around here have closed down because this load shedding has been affecting most of people's businesses.
I'm Kevin Hands, and in sports, former Zambian and Brighton midfielder Enoch Mwepu is in hospital after falling unwell, but in bright spirits, according to his doctor.
That's all on the BBC Tonight in Focus. This is Focus on Africa from the BBC World Service. I'm Audrey Brown, and later, attacks on a church in the eastern part of the Democratic Republic of Congo. But we start in Ethiopia, where former Nigerian president and African Union envoy Olusegun Obasanjo has been quoted as saying that as many as 600,000 people may have been killed in Ethiopia's brutal 2-year-long civil war in the Tigray region. Should that figure be correct, it would make it one of the world's deadliest conflicts in recent times. Now, when the peace agreement was signed in November between the Ethiopian federal government and Tigray forces, Ethiopian officials said the end of the fighting meant they'd stopped 1,000 people dying every day. But how accurate is the figure of 600,000? And how will those responsible for those deaths be held accountable? Daniel Bekele is the Chief Commissioner of the Ethiopian Human Rights Commission.
I don't think we will ever be able to know the exact number of casualties. Like probably in any context, it would be probably difficult to know the exact numbers. But I think there is reason to believe that it is over 100,000, and we are probably likely talking about several hundreds thousands. But it's really hard to tell the exact number.
So, from what you're saying, is it possible that up to 600,000 people could have died?
The estimates we have been getting from various sources and experts and sources of information give you estimates from 100,000 to 1 million. So it is very hard to say whether the 500,000 is accurate, the 600 is accurate. So it is hard to agree with these estimates without any scientific basis to it.
How do you go about verifying the numbers? Are there procedures that you follow? So, for instance, if somebody listening to us now would say one of their relatives is missing, hasn't come back since the fighting has stopped, where would they go to report it? And how would they go about, finding out what's happened to their loved ones?
But once a transitional justice mechanism and the process is established, I think that mechanism and the process will be announcing different modalities by which cases or incidents or situations can be reported to the mechanism, and we gather information and evidences, and that mechanism would be able to find out the truth, because part of the victim in the last 2 years of war, in addition to the people we have lost and the physical and the mental and injury and the destruction, is also the absence of the truth. So there has been some amount of decent work done by independent human rights groups in terms of documenting what was possible to document at the time, but more truth will come out as part of the transitional justice process, as part of a truth and reconciliation process. Is going to be the mechanism by which we would get more accurate information and the truth and more accurate or reasonable estimates of the extent of the casualties.
You've just been talking about truth and reconciliation, but will there be accountability? Will people actually be held accountable for the deaths of especially civilians?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, when we talk about transitional justice mechanism, one important component of it is accountability, and specifically criminal accountability. But accountability is not only about criminal accountability, but it's also about the truth. It's about reparation of victims. It is about making sure that you undertake necessary policy and constitutional reform to avoid recurrence of similar situations. I believe there should not be any doubts that the most serious crimes and offenses need to be prosecuted, and perpetrators from all sides, from all parties to the conflict, need to be held to account.
What can you tell us about the implementation of the peace deal? How is it going? We know that aid is being delivered to Tigray. We know that flights have been restored. We know that there's telecoms in place again. But has the fighting stopped, for instance? Have the Eritrean troops left? Have the Amhara troops that were fighting there, or the militias, have they left?
The peace agreement implementation is going well. Despite the challenges, it is quite very encouraging to see that there is no active fighting happening now, and elements of the peace agreement are gradually being implemented, and it's encouraging to see that there is really hope to continue to build on what Ethiopia has achieved. So we have reason to remain hopeful and to continue to build on what we have achieved so far.
And that's Daniel Bekele, the Chief Commissioner of the Ethiopian Human Rights Commission. Now to Burkina Faso, where an ongoing insurgency in the north has practically cut that part of the country off from the rest. As a result, food and medicines have not been able to reach people there, leading to severe hunger. And it was that hunger that drove women to search for food in the forests away from safety. In the process, at least 50 of them were abducted by insurgents late last week. I've been hearing about these abductions in the town of Arbinda from Momona Tambura, who's a journalist with Radio Omega in Ouagadougou. So what do we know so far?
A few days ago, our media started to talk about 15 women that we kidnapped between 12 and 13 January. And today, the governor officially told that the General Colonel Radolf Sorgo told that 15 women are being kidnapped. And in this region, especially in North, last Wednesday, people were trying to demonstrate to call the authorities because they don't have enough food, they don't have waters and anything. So these women were kidnapped where they're looking for wild fruits due by the lack of supply.
Okay, so you're saying that they've confirmed that around about 50 women were abducted. So who would have abducted them, and do we know any more about how it happened?
In 12 January, first group of terrorists came to this village while they're looking for wild fruit and kidnapped about 40 women. And the second day, that means 13th of January, they came back to look for 12 women, and 10 of them were able to escape from the terrorist arms.
Tell us about this region. What is happening there if people have to find fruits in the wild rather than having fruit and foods that they grow themselves?
Because they don't have food and they're crying famine. So that's the reason why. And I was just telling you that last Wednesday they were trying to demonstrate. They don't know which way to turn. So they don't have food to eat, they don't have water. So that's why they're going in the forest and try to find these wild fruits.
So why don't they have any food? What's happening?
In the north particularly, it's not easy to reach by the authority. This is what they used to say, because the basic rules that the military used to go there with the force, they used to get attacked. You can remember about 3 months ago during Damiba's regime, we lost about 92 trucks that's trying to give the North region something that they can use as a food and water, those kind of medicines.
So trucks are being stopped from going into the north carrying food and water and medicines. Is there a blockade?
Yes, by terrorist groups.
Tell us about these kidnappings. Are they common that women are abducted in this way?
Yes, it's happening before. But 2 months ago, Omega's media went to do a report about those women. They will be kidnapped for 3 years, and most of them got babies. This is common, particularly in the North region and the East region as well.
So the situation right now around Arbinda, is there any military there? Has the government said anything about protecting the people?
It's about weeks ago that the authorities trying to reinforce the military camps in this area. In Damiba's regime particularly, all militaries and all forces are left. So with the new authorities, I'm talking about Ibrahim Traore, he's trying to reinforce this area, even if the days before there was not any military force in this region.
What would you say is the security situation in Arbinda right now?
The situation in Arbinda is getting worse, because when people around is demonstrating to call the authorities come and help, and the government didn't do a good decision to take care of them. They're scared of bad things that could be happening and talk about terrorist groups. While they're trying to demonstrate and trying to find their better places, the terrorist groups, this is the best way for them to kidnap them and kill most of them as well.
So you'd say that the security is very bad in Arbinda?
In the North region in general, it's very bad.
That's Momoni Tambura, a journalist with Radio Omega in Ouagadougou, Burkina Faso. This is Focus on Africa on the BBC World Service, coming to you live from London. It's just gone 15:15 Greenwich Mean Time, and Tom Cavanaugh has the roundup.
Audrey, thank you very much. We'll start in Senegal, where another deadly road accident has killed at least 20 people early on Monday morning. A crash between two buses killed 42 people the previous weekend. Monday morning's crash happened in the north of the country between Saint-Louis and Louga. Senegalese President Macky Sall tweeted, "This shows the need to reinforce road safety measures." Next to Nigeria, where a Catholic priest has been shot dead in Niger State. The gunmen who attacked him then burned down Father Isaac Achi's house in the village of Kafinkoro. Another priest, Father Collins Ome, was shot as he escaped the fire and was taken to hospital. He told reporters that the assailants shouted jihadist slogans during the attack. In Togo, the authorities held a forum this weekend for peasant farmers to assess recent progress in the agricultural sector. Blame Ekwe reports from Lomé.
The agricultural forum took place in Dabaon, a town around 600 kilometers from Togo's capital. Several recommendations were made. The objective is to increase food production and ease the impact of high prices, which have had the greatest impact on the country's poorest people. Recommendations include providing 10,000 units of a drop-by-drop irrigation system to farmers and the creation of an agricultural transformation agency.
A small boat with more than 90 people on board arrived in Cape Verde on Saturday. Having departed Gambia on Christmas Eve, it was bound for the Spanish Canary Islands. 2 passengers died during the journey after the boat got lost and ran out of fuel before it arrived on the island of Boa Vista. Cape Verdean authorities say most of those on board were from Senegal, but there were also passengers from Gambia, Sierra Leone, Guinea and Guinea-Bissau who were trying to reach Europe.
Thank you, Tom. And now Kevin Hand has the sports headlines.
Thanks, Audrey. Ex-Brighton midfielder Enoch Mwepu is in hospital in Zambia after falling unwell, but is in bright spirits. According to his doctor, the 25-year-old was forced to retire from football in October because of a hereditary heart condition. Bournemouth have agreed a loan deal with Lorraine for Burkina Faso winger Dango Ouattara, with the fee believed to be around $20 million. Sierra Leone centre-back Stephen Corker says working under manager Kolo Touré inspired him to end his spell in Turkey and join Wigan. Ons Jabeur, the tennis star from Tunisia, returns to action in the Australian Open tomorrow and says she's determined to finally get that Grand Slam title. South Africa's Lloyd Harris produced an upset on the opening day today, knocking out the 17th seed Italian Lorenzo Mazzetti in 5 sets. And Shukri Conrad and Rob Walter have been named as head coaches of South Africa's Test and Limited Overs cricket sides. Audrey.
Thank you so much, Kevin Hand there. Now, UN officials have described a bomb attack on a Pentecostal church in the Democratic Republic of Congo as cowardly and despicable. At least 10 people were killed while attending a baptism ceremony in the town of Kasindi, which is near the border with Uganda. A Kenyan national has been arrested in connection with the blast, and we have the journalist Alan Oyaikani on the line live now from Goma to tell us more about what's been happening. Alan, welcome to Focus on Africa. Can you just tell us what you know about this bomb blast?
Thank you very much, Audrey. Yeah, what we know up to now, according to the DRC officials, definitely it was a terrorist attack, according to what they have as sources, and also some of the confirmation of the equipment which were used on the ground. And the DRC officials are accusing the ADF, even the army is directly accusing the ADF to be behind this bomb attacks, because this was not the first time. There is a similarity between what happened last year in one of the bar in Beni town, located in 100 kilometers from this area. And the same things which happened yesterday in this church in the border with Uganda, as you mentioned yourself right now. Yeah.
So we know that 10 people have been killed. What were they doing in the church? I mean, I know people go to a church to pray, but they were there for a special ceremony, weren't they?
Yeah, we have to update as well, because we are passing from 10 to 14 people right now, as the governor of North Kivu has visited this area this morning with other UPDF, Ugandan army officials as well, and some security forces from both sides of the country. So 14 people are reported dead now, because some of the injuries, people passed away, unfortunately, during the night up to now. These people, they were attending a special seminary program which started since last week, according to the responsible of this church. And yesterday, it was the official program which should have closed normally the seminary with the baptism program. It is exactly during this ceremony that a bomb exploded among the believers and among the members of this church. So this was the program which was going around, which took already like a week. And now they were like a closing with one of the preacher, which came from one of the regional area. It was not even a Congolese pastor was conducting the program. So you understand that people were really a lot in these places, many to attend the program.
Right.
Then unfortunately this situation happened.
And Anthony Muya Lushai is a Congolese military spokesperson. He gave this statement soon after the bombing.
The city of Kasindi is about 80 kilometers from Beni. Its people are mourning today. A bomb exploded in a church, causing deaths and injuries. It is clear that this is a terrorist act perpetrated by the ADF terrorists, who have suffered casualties in several battlefields by the armed forces of the Democratic Republic of Congo.
So the army is blaming the ADF. Has anybody claimed responsibility? And what more do we know about the Kenyan national who's been arrested?
ADF himself, as they have pledged their allegiance to Islamist state, they have published already a communique on their website, because this is daily. They always claiming about the attacks, and they have directly claiming the attacks yesterday, saying that they were behind the attack. They even gave a very clear figures of people, of victims in this during this attack. And also Kenyan, I've been discussing with the army right now. I asked about this specific Kenyan citizen. They say yes, he has been questioned up to now. They brought him back in the military barracks, in the military camp in the town of Beni, and also they even informed me that others people were arrested, because we have to explain it to people who are listening to us that ADF is not only operating now with foreigners, even some of the Congolese citizens speaking the same language with them or sharing the same, they have been dealing with them. So the army is saying they have arresting another people alongside with these Kenyan people. They have been questioned right now. They have more than 6 suspect people under arrest right now, alongside with this Kenyan citizen in the city of Beni.
And tell us, thanks Alain, can you tell us what the people of Kasindi are saying about this? They must be in shock.
People of Kasindi, they are very shocked. We discussed with some of them yesterday, just shortly after the attack, after the blast. It was, first of all, the first time, this is the first time that Kasindi is attacked, even though we know that Kasindi is widely exposed, because most of the military operation between the Ugandan and the DRC army is taking place in the forest around this Kasindi area. So yes, they say they are very shocked, and their community was attacked deeper inside, and this is the first time you could feel the shock from these people, as they explained to us yesterday. Yeah.
Thank you very much. That's Alain Oyankani, and he is talking to us there from the eastern part of the DRC. Now to South Africa and the ongoing crisis over power outages. President Cyril Ramaphosa says he won't be going to the World Economic Forum in Davos because of it. It's not the first time the president has cut short an engagement elsewhere to deal with the crisis, because crisis it is. But leaving the UN General Assembly early as he did late last year didn't help. South Africans are angry and thinking about staging mass protests. What could be the straw that broke the camel's back is the announcement of an 18% increase in the price of electricity announced recently by the National Energy Regulator, or NERSA. Muhammad Ali began his report with an announcement from the regulator justifying the increase.
The energy regulator has attempted to strike a balance amongst Eskom's financial sustainability issues, the impact on the South African economy, and affordability of electricity services to customers.
This is how NERSA chairperson Tembani Bukula explained the Eskom tariff increase to the nation last week. For many South Africans already angered by the regular power cuts that now sees them being without electricity for several hours at different times of the day, the tariff increase adds insult to injury. And as Hilton Trollop, energy analyst based at the University of Cape Town, explains, these hikes will hit many people very hard.
The size of the increase that Eskom originally applied for, I'm glad they've been given less, but even this 18%, given the many industries, both heavy industries, small industries that are battling after COVID, many of them will close shop and others are really struggling. And on top of that, we have levels of poverty that are increasing in South Africa, and many people can't afford electricity for basics.
As the electricity supply is expected to come under even more strain now that most big industries and businesses have reopened after the holiday period, Trollop says there's not much hope of a turnaround in the immediate future.
Most of our electricity comes from coal-fired power plants, 85%. Currently, about half of these are off the system, about 20% of those for planned maintenance, but the rest of them for unplanned maintenance. Planned maintenance is like your car goes into the mechanic. Unplanned maintenance is you didn't take your car into the mechanic, or you took it in and it wasn't fixed properly, and so it breaks down next to the road. So most of those coal-fired power stations are broken down next to the road.
I'm in the suburb of Observatory in Cape Town, normally a bustling lower main road. It's much noticeably more quieter. Lots of restaurants around, and the restaurants themselves are not too full. I've come into the I Love NY Slice Pizza Cafe, and let me speak to the manager here.
My name is Steven Chikonda. It's affecting us a lot because we are losing most of customers. The business is really going down.
When the power goes off, what do you do?
At the moment, in this shop, we don't have a generator, so we usually close.
Observatory, especially over weekends, is normally very busy at night, and lots of people up and down, particularly this road here, the main road. What's it like when the load shedding comes at night?
The street is like dead. Everyone goes home. Most of the shops are closed. And if you have noticed, most of the shops around here have closed down because this load shedding has been affecting most of people's businesses.
And on the streets of Cape Town, there appears to be a sense of resignation.
I mean, complaining isn't going to make it less, right? There's so much going up, and now electricity going up. Like, there's nothing new, really.
The problem is that we're going to suffer every single minute because the moment the electric goes up, the petrol goes up and the food goes up.
It's an inconvenience because our salaries haven't increased.
The load shedding, how's it affecting your life?
We're used to it. We're just getting used to it. Just have to find ways of getting around. Cook earlier, buy candles.
Amid all the frustration, calls for protest action against the power supply crisis are getting louder every day, as several organizations and businesses plan to take Eskom and NERSA to court over the load-shedding crisis and the tariff increase.
That's Muhammad Ali bringing to an end this edition of Focus on Africa. Thank you so much for your company.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Radio has never been this good. Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. This is Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt, voice of the people.
Don't worry.
We're passionate about it.
We love talking.
We are.
Your number one talk radio station. 95.1 FM.
Radio has never been this good. Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please?
This president's failed.
It's about the future of this country.
We're going to take it back. We're going to take it back.
You asked us to vote you into that position so you can bring about that
solution.
So when you vote me, then you sleep. Let me see if I can take another phone call. Hello, Today 95.1 FM. Good morning.
What makes a policeman to be able to feed is the gun he's holding. They use their gun to extort money from people.
Good morning. What's your name and where are you calling from?
No longer news that we are truly the voice of the people.
Am I not a slave in Nigeria?
I repeat, if you are,
Let's not do that now. But in Nigeria, that was
You spot the difference now?
This is Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt, voice of the people.